Fimbres will be attending meeting electronically. Mayor Romano is absent excused, and Paul Cunningham will be joining us shortly, but let's go ahead. Item 1 is an executive session. Ms. Clerk?
Item 1 is executive session, Quijada versus City of Tucson, EEOC number 35A-2024-00536, CRD-2024-0790, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-431.03A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
All in favor? We will adjourn into executive session.
Second.
All in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
Thank you. What's the council's pleasure? Maybe we'll have the county attorney read a motion, a proposed motion?
Vice Mayor, members of the council, I'd ask for a motion that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney and city manager to proceed as discussed in executive session and to take the actions necessary to resolve this matter.
Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Item 3. Item 3, time has been set aside for mayor and council discussion and provide the necessary feedback on the Development Impact Fee Program and review the Infrastructure Improvements Plan, IIP. Mr. Manager?
Honorable Vice Mayor and members of the council, yes, this is step 2 in our journey toward updates of the Impact Fee Program. And as noted, today is focused on the Infrastructure Improvement Plan and updates. Today we have Business Services Director Angel Ozulamam. We have DTM Deputy Director Andy Bemis, and joining us here is also Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation Greg Jackson. With that, I'll turn it over to the team for the presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Also joining us virtually should be Julie Herlands from Tishla Bice, the city's consultant on the impact fee development study. I will begin with an overview of the program and along with the infrastructure improvements plan. The last time we were at this table, we discussed with Mayor and Council the land use assumptions. Also, a representative from Tishla Bice, the president of Tishla Bice, was with us at this table to present the LUA to Mayor and Council. Today, we will be presenting the infrastructure improvements plan that would outline the projects based on the land use assumptions, the projects that were developed by Tishla Bice in collaboration with the Parks and Recreation, Police and Fire, and Streets and Multi-Modal modal facilities. Parks and streets, in part, the programs or projects are based on the service areas within the overall plan. Police and fire are citywide, and some of the projects for streets and multimodal facilities are also citywide. I do not know whether we have Julie on the line.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. All right. So we'll go to we will begin with Parks and Recreation. There we go. All right, Julie, you could go ahead.
Okay. Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. Julie Herlands, Vice President with Tischler Bice. So for the IIP, we've set out the projections for 10-year demand and some of the key assumptions in the update, for the update. So 10-year demand for each of the components under the Parks and Recreation fee, which include land, so that's land acquisition, parks amenities, which is parks improvements, recreational facilities, those are buildings, and greenway facilities. So parkland projection, given our growth projections that you've heard in the land use assumptions, about 51 acres, a little under 51 acres at about $3 million. Parks amenities projected to be about $25 million worth of costs in the future. Recreational facilities, and this is constrained by the Arizona Impact Fee Act. So this is lower than what the actual level of service is, but $1.2 million worth of improvements needed over 10 years, and greenway facilities at $1.5 million. Greenway facilities is a new component to the overall fee schedule, or will be when you see the fees the next iteration. Just for information, the proportionate share information there is an allocation to residential and non-residential development, because these are for impact fees, and so this is a land use regulation. Okay, next slide. The identified projects for which impact fees will be used for, so these are for capacity improvements for expansion of projects in the future, are listed here, and this is a fee that will be and has been collected and spent in the areas, spent in the areas in which it's collected. So these are the identified projects that where there's capacity needs due to growth in the next phase of the impact fees. So for police, same structure for the information in terms of projected needs over the next 10 years, about 25,000 square feet of police station square footage, at a little over $7 million, police vehicles and equipment at just under $4 million. And this is for things like patrol cars and other equipment and larger vehicles to again provide additional capacity, expand the fleet. And again, showing here proportionate share to allocate cost to residential and non-residential. This is a different calculation included in the report, but showing the time spent as a resident and time spent as a non-resident to allocate those costs for public safety. Next slide. The identified projects for which impact fees will be used for are for growth-related needs in Northeast, Southeast, Southwest, and then at the same time, expansion of vehicles and equipment in the future to support growth-related needs. Okay, next slide. Fire, we have a projected need for about just under 16,000 square feet at about $5 million in costs, and fire apparatus needs over 10 years. Again, fire engines, ladders, ambulance, again, those heavy vehicles and machines, vehicles and apparatus, about $4.4 million, and the proportionate share is the same as used for the police facilities. Next slide. The identified needs for improvements for fire station expansions, either new or expanded facilities, stations in the Northwest area, Southeast, and Central South, and then vehicles and equipment that correspond to those station expansions. And next slide. For streets and multimodal facilities, the components included here: arterial street improvements, again needed to support growth in the future. Signalized intersections and multimodal improvements. Those are two new components added to or that are added to the streets fee category. Those are really extensions of current plans, current capacity plans, and just separated out as individual components. So we have for the arterial street improvements, just under 52 miles, lane miles needed over the 10 years, according to the projections that we've identified at about $92 million. Signalized intersections, 1.6 million, multimodal improvements, about 1.2 million. And what you're seeing there is the allocation of demand to different types of land uses. The fee schedule will be by size of housing unit, and that will be in the next iteration when you see the impact fee report. And then again, the identified capacity expansion improvements as it stands today. These have been identified as capacity needs. However, we do use an incremental approach, a methodology for the impact fee calculation, or we will in terms of the impact fees. So there's some flexibility to adjust, just like with the other projects identified, some flexibility to adjust the actual projects on which the fees are spent. Again, this is to support growth-related needs, capacity expansions, and you'll see here we have some that are citywide and others that are divided by service area. Fees that are collected within those service areas, a portion of those fees be used for those projects within those areas. However, this can be modified and adjusted as with each iteration of with the changes legislatively through the normal sort of annual look and process.
Mayor and Council, we will pause now to entertain any questions you may have on what was presented by Mrs. Herland, after which I will come and give you the timeline and the next steps as they relate to the continued development of the impact fee report.
Thank you. And I have one question. And thanks for meeting, I assume my colleagues did too, with us earlier. It's a lot of material, and I got some questions answered then. One thing that occurred to me later, thinking about the projections that we're using for growth, is that projection for the entire city, or is it by ward or by area? Is it because some areas will be growing faster than others? I'm just wondering about how you looked at the growth projections.
Right. I'll be happy to answer that question. It is citywide. We do not need to do the growth projections by sub area. Due to we do not have the fees that differ by sub area. So as fees are collected within the areas in which there's growing, so if you have more growth in one area, those dollars then are able to be spent for those capacity needs to accommodate the pace of the growth within those areas. So the growth projections are at a citywide level as it stands now.
Thank you. Any questions from my colleagues? Pin brace? No? Okay, please go on.
The next steps in the development of the impact fee report are based on state statute requirements. The LUA, the land use assumptions, and the infrastructure improvements plan were both posted to the city's website as required by state statute on December 4th. We will hold a public hearing on February 4th on both of these documents, after which, which is within 60 days after the public hearing, we will hold a meeting to adopt the LUA and IIPs on March 18th of 2025. In the development of the development impact fee study, the development impact fees, as BSD and the related departments did with the LUA and the IIP, we will be holding individual meetings with mayor and ward offices to discuss the draft report on the fees. after which we will post the fees onto the city's website, and that should be done by March 21st. We'll have a public hearing on the development impact fees on April 22nd, for further adoption of the fees on June 3rd, and the fees will take effect on August 18th of 2025. Next steps in the discussion of the IIP, we have a meeting scheduled with MPA, which is the Metropolitan Pima Alliance Policy Organization, on this December 17th to discuss or to present to them the infrastructure improvements plan. We had an off again and on again schedule with Tucson Development Center. Now it is back on. I apologize that it is not on this presentation before Mayor and Council, but it is scheduled. We are scheduled to present to TDC on the 19th of December. And to the Affordable Housing Subcommittee, we will be presenting the IIP on January 15th of 2025. I will pause to entertain any questions Mayor and Council may have on the timelines and next steps.
Thank you. I don't. Any questions or comments at this point? Thank you. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. All we're seeking from you today is just your concurrence to continue down the path as outlined in the packet here in the schedule.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item 4, homelessness and fentanyl opioid crisis. Time is set aside to discuss the update on strategic initiatives related to unsheltered homelessness and the fentanyl opioid public health crisis, with a presentation by Pima County Deputy County Administrator and Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Francisco Garcia. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council. As noted, Dr. Garcia will be joining us for an overview of those topics listed, but also Lee Hopkins from our Community Safety, Health, and Wellness Program will be here to add some additional perspective. So with that, I gratefully turn it over to Dr. Garcia.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, Council, Manager. Pleased to provide you an update on what we're doing in terms of our regional response to the opioid crisis. Oh, gracias. One of the things that Liz mentioned was the need to provide context for the work that we're doing today. And that context is important because history matters, and that's how we got here. Back in 2015, this is a timeline of exactly how we've sort of invested in different sort of aspects of opioid misuse prevention. Even before 2015, the county was operating the only out-of-the-closet needle exchange program operated by any county in the country. It did so at our own peril at a time when this was a clearly illegal activity under the existing Arizona state statute, which has thankfully changed. But I came to the county in about 2013, and we were doing a community health needs assessment, and one of the first things that emerged from that community health needs assessment was the identified need for substance misuse prevention. And that's when we started to work in earnest in this space. One of the first things, for instance, that was done was the creation of a medication-assisted therapy program for pregnant women who were detainees in the carceral facility in our jail. In fact, still at that time, one of the only programs of that type on this side of the Mississippi and this side of the California border. We have subsequently done a whole lot of stuff in this space, including the production of opioid misuse community reports and FORA in combination with TMC as well as with El Rio. And in 2021, our Board of Supervisors really became interested in the issue as it was playing out nationally. At that point, they directed that we retain counsel. The city council did something similar, and we entered into the fray with regards to that. That was also the year that we set up our opioid overdose dashboard on the medical examiner's website, which really has provided a lot of substance to the discussion. The One Arizona IGA, which is the IGA that governs the way that the settlement dollars flow to Arizona, was actually signed in 2021, and that really began a set of cascading things. All this to say, there's been a lot of homework that has gotten us to where we're at. There are a lot of investments that are in the area of substance misuse prevention that have nothing to do with the opioid funds, but that are important and contribute to the discussion. So in 2023, after we signed that IGA, one of the first things we did was reach out to the participating jurisdictions because we had a responsibility to coordinate the fund flow. And we were able to successfully that year establish IGAs with the city of South Tucson, the town of Marana, as well as the town of Oro Valley and the town of Sahuarita. We had great conversations and great input from our friends at the city of Tucson, and were ultimately able to sign an IGA with the city in 2024. That really kind of changed our approach to things. Previously, the guidance had been provided by something called the Substance Misuse Advisory Committee. That Substance Misuse Advisory Committee I'm afraid my clicker is not
You might
clicking.
try pointing it behind you or above you or.
I will just keep talking. That Substance Misuse Advisory Committee was a subcommittee of the Board of Health, and was made up of 5 Board of Health members. Did some really, really good and important stuff to get us in a good place, reviewed lots of data, identified 20 subject matter community advisors. Those are folks who lead our agencies across the community, surveyed over 1,000 community members, and conducted 5 focus groups involving community-based organizations. The actions that they undertook was to recommend to the health department increased funding for Narcan, the development of RFPs for the delivery of mobile MAT services to difficult to reach communities, and the development of service approaches for pregnant and parenting individuals. So one of the great things that happened when we signed the IGA with the city of Tucson is it allowed us to sort of dust everything off. And by dusting everything off, we revisited a lot of assumptions. We also brought in a few new players, Lee Hopkins from the city of Tucson staff, as well as Jesse Losoya, represent the city of Tucson as official representatives on your behalf. Brian Flagg represents the city of South Tucson, and Chief Jesse Martinez represents the town of Marana. Christina Andrews from the University of Arizona and Dr. Lisa Soltani both represent the county. We kicked off that process. I believe we signed the IGA in May. We kicked off that process in July. We have had 5 meetings since that time. Oh, thank you. And the substance of those meetings you can see right there. But one of the really great things that has happened is really diving deep into some areas that are of particular interest. For those of you who've spent any time with this IGA, as I know Mike Rankin has, the attachment, it's called Attachment A, which makes up all the intended things that you could do with these dollars, is a hell of a lot longer than we will ever be able to, that we will ever have resources to do. And so the first task of the Regional Opioid Settlement Advisory Committee was to identify what are the key priorities, because you can't do everything and you have to start somewhere. And so they've done a really good job. Next slide, please. Oh, previous one. So this slide gives you kind of the 5 priority areas that have been identified, and not unlike what has been previously presented to the mayor and council, but it really is about addressing the continuum of care of recovery services for opioid use disorders, and really thinking about the issue holistically, identifying and implementing strategies to support schools and families in preventing opioid substance misuse, especially among at-risk youth, really trying to provide resources for families, and connecting those who are either coming into or out of the carceral setting with the needed resources and support, and to do so along that continuum from pre-arrest to post-release, which is a real challenge for all of us. And finally, one of the ideas that they've had that I think is going to have greater development is really to convene many more stakeholders to get much more input as we sort of start articulating priorities. So this is a snapshot, and you have this as a document in your packet. This is just a snapshot for the dollars that have been received from 2024. My quick way of telling you that the bulk of these dollars, the bulk of the 24 million that we are in receipt of, have been received just since March of this year. As you might imagine, and as I know that you well understand, having to manage the city budget, it's very difficult to program dollars out when you don't have a schedule for how they're coming in. And so you run this risk of either spending too much or spending too little, and how do we make this last during what is supposed to be about a 14-year lifespan for this program. And so to date, we have 24 million. The other thing to note is that the initial estimates of $80 to $88 million for the region are probably overly inflated. Many of these companies are now, no, not many, several of these companies have undergone bankruptcy, and they're no longer bound to these commitments that they made, right? So we are very low on their bankruptcy in terms of where we are standing in terms of making any claim against them. A good example of that is Mallinckrodt. Supposedly we were going to get several $1 million. We're going to have to be happy with about 300,000. So this is how the opioid fund, and again, you have this in your materials. This is how the opioid fund sort of breaks down by jurisdictional partner. And you'll see the county on the left. These are the dollars received so far. The participating jurisdiction, we call them pooled jurisdictions. That would now be the city of Tucson, as well as South Tucson and Marana, and the non-participating jurisdictions, which are the towns of Oro Valley and the towns of Sahuarita, just so that you can get a sense for how those dollars are being expended. These are our expenditures or budgeted expenditures to date. The first thing that has to come off the top of every single payment is the portion that goes to the non-participating jurisdictions. And that is per the IGA that we have with those jurisdictions that says within 5 days you will get your cut. And so we've paid out $608,000 to our non-partner jurisdictions. We have, based on the recommendations of the Substance Misuse Advisory Committee, these are RFPs that were issued, again, for mobile medication-assisted therapy for folks who can't get to a place. Think about folks in the periphery of our city and in some of our rural communities who may not be able to physically make it to CBT or our other MAT providers here in the area. An RFP for pregnant and parenting MAT services. It used to be, and back when we started this, when we started the MAT program at the jail, there were no MAT services for pregnant women. We've come a long way. We're not quite there yet. And so we're still looking for some innovation specifically in that group. And we have some great partnerships with Kodak and TMC in that space. We also purchased $153,000 worth of Narcan. And this was because we had already sucked up all the Narcan that had been made available to us from ADHS and from the Attorney General. We have a machine to distribute that, and it works pretty well, and I'll show you in a few seconds. Supplies and services, staffing has been relatively modest in terms of what we've allocated from the abatement fund to that. And then the Pima County Board of Supervisors, through its regular budget process during the previous budget year, allocated up to $3 million to be set aside for the adult detention MAT program expansion. I had mentioned that there are things that we're doing that have nothing to do with the opioid abatement fund. One of those is the CDC's Overdose to Action, OD2A. And that really has allowed us to do a couple of things. We have created within the health department, Dr. Cullen has created within the health department the Division of Community Mental Health and Addiction. And that really brought together some internal resources, not just to manage this, but also to staff the opioid abatement efforts. And that has really been a game changer. This is how we funded a lot of the basic stuff. So we have done, for instance, a series of focus groups and surveys. This is how we funded them. We didn't use abatement fund dollars for that. We can pay our contractors in other ways. We'd like to make sure that the opioid abatement fund dollars, as much as possible, go to direct services to individuals rather than overhead. The way that we're able to do that is, and the other thing that CMHA does, is it really has put our partnerships on steroids, and they're really too numerous to count, but these are some of the big partners, and I'll call out just 3 of them because I think they're really critical. The partnership that we have with Kodak is a particularly good partnership that is really doing some innovative things, and that I believe will provide new ways of approaching some of these very challenging situations. TPD and TFD have been wonderful in terms of data sharing, and have been very responsive partners as we do kind of our creative brainstorming. And finally, El Rio, which has been a partner since 2015, has really boosted up their game in terms of the area of substance misuse and behavioral health. The mayor specifically has expressed a lot of interest in what we're doing in primary prevention, as has our chair, quite honestly. And so this is the division that has been doing that. This is how we're funding some of our primary prevention efforts. You'll notice that a lot of the stuff has to do with children and families, and primary prevention is actually an area that is kind of data-free, and that we're trying to figure out the best evidence-informed approaches to doing that. I'll share with you something else that is important. So since July 2023, we have expanded our medication-assisted therapy program at the jail. So again, we started in 2015, just pregnant women. 2019, we started offering people who were already on MAT services, who were newly ingressed into the jail, continuation. And since July of 2023, we have started doing new MAT inductions. In fact, we are now one of the largest MAT providers in the region. We have 603, today we have 603 MAT patients that were served by this program. So typically what happens is if you come in on a regime that's working for you, methadone, whatever it is, we'll keep you on it. If you are detoxing, if you are new to this, what we will do is we will put you on buprenorphine, and that's how we will maintain you. Some folks also get naltrexone, but one of the real challenges is delivering MAT services in carceral settings is super duper expensive. Every time we move these folks, and now again 600 folks being moved for these medications, that requires COs, that requires a lot of infrastructure, and that's part of the reason why it has been such a challenge for us.
Doctor, could you help remind us what MAT stands for?
I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. Medication-assisted therapy. I apologize. So the chart on the left gives you the number of total MAT inductions each month. So you can see how, in the month of August, we hit almost 2,000, 1,900 and change total new inductions. But I think to me, what is telling is on the left, and that is the number of sendouts that we had for suspected overdose. Those have diminished tremendously from about 60 plus 70 a month to less than 20 a month, and I think that is a tremendous achievement, and I think that we are starting to see some really good things. By the way, the people that we put on MAT in the jail are the right people. This is a chart that shows you that half of those people have previously been on MAT services. The other half have had a history of overdose in the near recent past. These are folks who if they're naive, that is, they have not previously received MAT, are really the ones that are, for the first time, engaging with this medication. And our hope is that they will continue. Yes, sir.
I have a quick question.
Sir.
Can you go back one really quick? So I see that we have, I see that we have the naltrexone, that's for alcoholics, and we have the buprenorphine. Aren't we, isn't there another one, Suboxone?
Yes.
So we're not using Suboxone?
Suboxone is the alternate name for buprenorphine.
Okay. I was
Yeah.
just,
But you're right. There are a lot of other, your point being that there are a lot of other therapies, and how do we select which ones we use? One of the things that we would like to do is to not rely on oral therapy, because it has a potential for diversion. It has a potential for misuse. And one of the things that we're trying to look at is injectables.
so I heard there's one where you can do it like every 90 days or every 30 days or something crazy.
Exactly.
So-
Super expensive, but that's what we're looking at.
So, and it may be a little more effective to monitor out a patient. And so on the mat, when they're coming in on the mat, do we detox them at CRC first, or how do we detox them?
If you're coming in on MAT and you are stable on MAT, you get continued on that regime. If you are, and many of our folk are not, right? Many of our folk are withdrawing. In fact, for us, our goal is to make sure that we have people survive that initial intake, and a lot of it is identifying people who have subtle signs of detox and starting them on some of these therapies. And we do so kind of presumptively, but we are doing so effectively. And what we believe happens when you do that is you get a lot better outcomes in the long run.
Are we going to be able to get to a point where we have on-site detox at PCADC so we can intake and process and book and then go to detox? Can we do that? I know we don't have that capacity yet, but I know we're working toward it.
We have on-site detox capacity. We have the resources, and we are getting better and better at being able to deal with things. One of the things that will continue to happen on occasion is when somebody presents with fluoride intoxication, they may not be stable to remain in the pit. Remember, they're going to be in the pit before they have their hearing. They may not be stable to be in the pit. And that's the thing. Now, one of the things that we've done that was an action that the board took very recently was an actual amendment to our contractor's contract to increase the staffing for that intake area. To do so 24 hours a day, 7 days a week is an expensive proposition, but the Board of Supervisors has increased that, has authorized us to have our contractor increase that staffing. My hope is that you will hear fewer and fewer of those stories of people being asked to or not coming into the facility. We will always have folks, by the way, a woman in labor, somebody who has trauma, our most frequent medical rejections are for really elevated blood pressures, for really elevated sugars. There will be times when we do not deem that safe for that individual to be in that
No, and that is good news. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to consider this. And I think it's really important. I think Mr. Holmes has done a really good job in collaborating to get us where we want. But I'd like the manager to consider how we can help with the detox process at the detention center and build it into how we negotiate the jail board in the next fiscal year, because that's actually more important to our mission than just holding people for court. In fact, if we have people who are stable and taking care of stuff, holding them for court becomes a secondary cause, more so than the safety of people who are detoxing. So I think that's something that should be at the front of the discussion. Every fiscal year, I know that the manager and the administrator sit down about jail board. So let's see if we can build in that detox intake piece for the discussion next year. That's kind of what, not that I game this out at all, but yeah, that's what I wanted to inquire about.
Well, and it's relevant because, again, 600 plus new mats, right? When we break that down by jurisdiction, by the jurisdiction that brought them in, it is about 65, 70% city of Tucson. And it is a big piece of the effort, and it is appropriate, and we're having good results, and it's going to be expensive. So the question you should be having in the back of your heads is Francisco, is this working or is it not? This is, if you haven't ever played with it, I suggest that you go on to just Google Pima County Office of Medical Examiner dashboard. It'll give you this dashboard. And what you can see is the trend in terms of opioid deaths. Now, these are opioid, fentanyl, heroin, et cetera, since 2017 when we first began tracking this. And what you can see is that we are anticipated, and that number will change, that final number of 235 will change up. But we are on, continue to see, at first we were flattening out, and I was just happy that we were flattening out when I was seeing Philly go up and New York go up and Los Angeles go up. But now we will actually go down substantially. Francisco, how do you know that's real or not real? So these are overdose deaths that are not opioid. This is methamphetamines. Methamphetamines continues to go up. Even though our number right now looks low, and again, it'll take us a little while to update this, I am sure that we will hit that 180-some mark on methamphetamine overdoses. So this is what the opioid strategy does for you, and this tells you that we don't have good approaches from a public health and policy standpoint for how we're dealing with methamphetamines. So it's tragic. I'm just going to shut up there because I've spoken too long. We have made substantial progress. However, the need in this community and across the country, quite honestly, far outstrips all our current resources. It really does. And people see 80 million and their eyes get really big, and you're going to be able to solve this. Yeah, that's a drop in the bucket in terms of the need. Addressing the toll of substance misuse is going to require an all-of-community effort. I really believe that the IGA that we've entered with with the city of Tucson and our other partners is really allowing us to revisit our assumptions and allowing us to do some critical and interesting stuff, and is really a foundational effort for how we move forward. I'm going to turn it over to Lee. She will tell you if I'm telling the truth or not.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Lee?
Hello, honorable members of Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for having me. I just want to add to what Dr. Garcia has shared with a few additional highlights of exciting new opportunities coming to the city, and just a little bit of highlight of some of the work that we're doing. So one important new resource for this work was led by TPD, and we secured $1.6 million in Bureau of Justice assistance funding that will go directly to address overdose death follow-up and prevention of recidivism of overdose, pardon me. So this builds on the really important work that CORE has been leading in collaboration with our behavioral health partners. And it involves TPD, Tucson Fire, and the Health Department integrating the overdose databases and data sets that currently exist separately so that we have a more efficient way to know where overdoses have occurred, and then to build on the staffing to hire on more community health workers, peer support specialists, and case manager to be able to more efficiently follow up with that expanded number of overdose, and really to kind of connect folks with care at that critical moment, as well as try to prevent future overdose. That is a 3-year grant that began in October. Also, the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness Program, thanks to great support from Housing and Community Development as well in the application process, was granted a 1-year but possible extension to 3 years state opioid response grant from the Arizona Department of Health Services, Access. So this will fund a project coordinator that will be doing addiction and recovery, peer support specialist type work, case management, as well as prevention education. And that individual will mostly focus on the VIVA sites around the city where community safety, health, and wellness, as well as all of our other city departments and our county partners are working to reduce gun violence, but those also are some of the the areas with the highest rates of overdose and usage in the city. So it's really a win-win to expand our peer support staffing in that area. I also want to highlight some of the work that the TC3 team at Tucson Fire has been doing on a quarterly basis, thanks to partnership with the state and a Narcan Leave Behind program that they have with the state. They do quarterly outreach in key spots around the city, high-use corridors for opioids, and do Narcan distribution and education about how to use Narcan. So historically, they have focused on businesses and business owners to help them, help folks who they might find on their property or in the surrounding area. But they also are expanding that to be able to deliver Narcan just to individuals who may use it for themselves or their neighbors or their loved ones, not just business owners. And Thursday, they are doing their next outreach effort, which has a lot of different behavioral health and partner organizations, city departments on board along the I-10 and South 6th corridor. With that, those are the end of my remarks, unless anyone has any questions.
Thank you. Questions, comments from my colleagues?
Thank you both so much. It's great to see you, Dr. Garcia, and thank you as well for your great work on behalf of the city. I did have a couple of questions. Dr. Garcia, the mobile MAT program, is mobile MAT also being launched within the city limits, or is that strictly rural focus?
So mobile MAT is a concept right now, and the initial concept is on rural and outlying communities. So there are parts of the city that are more remote. A question has come up whether we can just sort of deploy it in the wash. No, we can't deploy it in the wash because we still need to work out a lot of kinks about the delivery of these services, and that is not the right place to do that. Yes, can that program grow? Are these areas of investment that we're thinking about? Absolutely. I just saw Dennis Rainier at the 40 Under 40 function today, and one of the things that we were both talking about was, geez, we think we have something here. We're ironing out some rough spots, but this may be an approach that we can sort of scale up. But right now, it's still in development. That's part of the reason why it was a relatively modest investment,
Okay.
2-year investment.
Thank you. I think I misunderstood when Dr. Cullen was here and mentioned the mobile MAT, that was something ramping up in the city. So I've been misinforming my constituents, and I will make sure to set the record correctly. And just want to note that I think there's, of course, lots of interest in the community in ways that these resources can be deployed. So I don't know if this is a question or it's an observation, just from what I'm hearing that I want to just state for the record. Recognizing this large universe of concern and need and vulnerable populations in terms of a community health in our neighborhoods, I'm hearing a lot of concern about the open air, I don't know what to call it, public use and dealing, right? Where folks are out and about, not all unhoused. What we're hearing from our outreach teams is, maybe half are unhoused folk and other folks are just out there. The concern being finding fentanyl when they unlock their businesses in the morning or when they step outside. There's a lot of concern about accidental exposure. And so I want to just really put a pin in that in terms of a key concern. I know TPD does everything possible, but it's something that's really catching my attention and I know is a public health concern that we would all share. So we look forward, I think, to collaborating with you. And that's why the mobile MAT clinic or service got me so excited. Also the injectables and opportunities for offering people who, whether in jail or for other reasons, are not likely to follow through on a daily dosing program. It looks like you have something.
Councilmember Ulick, great observations. That is a concern for all of us.
Yeah.
Public use, not so much from the secondary exposure, because quite honestly, environmental exposure, everybody's always concerned about, and is real, but is not really the thing that's going to kill you. Yes, we need to come up with strategies for dealing with folks who are actively using in public spaces. I will submit to you that people who are floridly intoxicated in public spaces are not amenable to most MAP protocols, right?
Right.
Most people who are floridly intoxicated in public spaces need to detox before we can sort of start
do
going down
induction.
that process. And I think that there are some interesting concepts that we are sort of trying to explore about what that might look like and how that might happen, because I think you raise kind of what the big issue is, right?
Right.
This is what people see.
Yes.
This is what people are concerned about. And we should all be coming up with creative solutions in this space.
Thank you. Well, and it's one of those situations where in some ways there could be an inclination to say, well, we can have an impact here. If we do more of this, we'll have this. And it's the hardest to address pieces of this problem that I think are what we're hearing about. I apologize for going on and on. Are the meetings publicly posted? Can folks watch them online? Is there a call to the audience? How can people learn more about the committee's work and their opportunities to just share information?
So the meetings have not been publicly posted, and it has been intentional to give these 6 individuals an opportunity to have frank conversations with each other. The reason that there's 6 is because there's going to have to be consensus, and it won't be a majority, right? And to provide that kind of space for those kinds of conversations, we have thought about, how can we give more input, more insight into those meetings. No decisions have been made, but it is an area of inquiry and exploration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lane.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Garcia, for giving us a snapshot of where, we've been since 2017 to today. And congratulations to staff for securing grants to build on this existing work. And I agree with you that even the funding we have is a drop in the bucket for what it costs. Knowing that medication is expensive, the ongoing support that people need. We know that there's an intersection of different vulnerabilities that people are facing. I am hoping, so having, been a family member, who overdosed, that sometimes even support groups for Spanish-speaking families do not exist. For the individuals, so I'm talking about like NA meetings for the individuals, who are in trying to stay sober or in active use, that like there's not support, or even for family members who are trying to figure out how to support, that was always really hard for us to kind of navigate. I also get a lot of calls from folks about like where to get Narcan, and so far what I've done, I've sent them to the care coordinators to help. But is there like a phone number or something that we can tell people, call this number, and that can be arranged as another possibility? I think we could use a lot of assistance from the health department on public education and messaging campaign on all of it, right? From like the harm, right? But then once you're using just like I guess messaging that isn't putting blame, right, on people, that kind of humanizes the experience. I believe that people are self-medicating from past traumatic events or past traumas, and those are being layered. And I'm also just interested in, I know you mentioned that these injectables are really expensive, but is there a way to have funding for folks who don't have health insurance, to be able to access? And then finally, what is needed, like you have the health department side, what is needed from the city side, right, that we can help the word is escaping me, complement the work. And so that's kind of the things I'm curious about. And I know Councilmember Ulick and I have discussed, and we're trying to bring an item in January to continue this conversation and really trying to take it out of like it being under the unsheltered homelessness item, because we want to make sure it's not just unsheltered people, who are using, it's a lot of community members who are also dealing with this.
So some real quick observations. Number one, every one of us is touched by substance misuse, period, full stop. And one of the strategies, one of the communication strategies that we are undertaking is trying to figure out how to destigmatize what is a very stigmatizing kind of condition. There's lots of things that we stigmatize people for, by the way, being brown, being fat, being different. But I think what we're trying to do is take approaches that, developing communication approaches that really kind of address some of that stigma, because I really think that that's actually our biggest barrier to success. If you put aside the efficacy of these drugs, which is good for Matt, not good for our methamphetamines, but pretty damn good for Matt. I think our biggest real challenge is stigma, and nobody's going to start therapy until we can sort of bridge that. And I really sort of feel for people who actually have the wherewithal to approach us to engage in therapy, because it takes overcoming all sorts of barriers. So that's the first and most important thing that I think we can all do. And I think that's our responsibility. I think that's your responsibility. I think that as we talk about this, being able to call it out when people are being stigmatized is a real thing. The need for, specifically for bilingual support groups, bilingual family, bilingual Narcotics Anonymous thing is a real issue. And although honestly, I have not looked at the most recent data because we had pushed a lot of our service providers, and they were moving in a positive direction last time I checked. But we will check again, because we don't want that to be yet another barrier. In terms of what we can do collaboratively, and I think that we all have kind of a role to play in this space. I think that we have a lot of very high level coordination right now with TFD and TPD, with our friends in your community services division and housing, et cetera, that I think have been really beneficial and extraordinary. And I think we need to continue to build on that. But, honestly, this does not have a simple solution. And unlike many things that we can fix, substance misuse, houselessness, all the trauma that is involved in that are overlapping kinds of things. They're not the same thing by any extent of the imagination, and that's what makes them particularly challenging to address, right? And I think we need to sort of be approaching these folks from a person-centered kind of treatment approach that tries to meet people where they're at. And maybe it's keeping them alive today. Maybe it's getting them to a MAT provider next week and knowing that they're going to fail the week after that and then bringing them back again. So I think that's got to be our approach.
Thank you. Thank you both. What a very useful, in-depth discussion. And I want to note that it really speaks to the point that we're working together. And it's great that this county, city, all of our departments and our other partners are working on this. And there's hope. Thank you very much. Which brings us to item 5, employee compensation. Item 5, time has been set aside for mayor and council to consider and approve a one-time distribution to employees in December 2024.
Honorable Vice Mayor and members of the council, thanks for allowing us the opportunity to bring this item forward at the December meeting. We've been keeping you relatively updated on our financial outlook throughout this fiscal year, which we're almost halfway through. And to cut a long story short, we're about where we thought we would be. The finances for the fiscal year are doing okay, but we are still projecting right now that there could be a deficit budget for next year. Therefore, that's going to be our task at hand over the next 6 months is as we bring in the next budget over the line, that it's a balanced budget for you for consideration for FY26. So that leaves on the table the budgeted compensation dollars for this fiscal year, of which you've already deployed half of the pool of money. Effective July 1, there was essentially a 1.5% base salary increase across the board for city employees, which was a fabulous outcome and it showed the investment in employees. And that left about half the pool remaining. And since the future years are still a challenge for us, my recommendation is to take that remaining pool and do a one-time distribution for city employees in the amount of $1,000 per full-time employee, $500 per part-time permanent employee, and $250 for non-permanent employee. This would be a one-time payment that would occur this month of December if it would be to approve today. I think that's the right balance between doing something for the employees and deploying the dollars that you authorized in this year's budget, but in a fiscally responsible manner that sets us up for success for next fiscal year. With that, we're just seeking your direction on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Council Member Lee.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, City Manager and team for coming up with a proposal on, as you say, how we deploy the rest of the dollars. So Tim, I know we chatted on Tuesday. You kind of briefed me on this idea. The materials came out on Thursday. And since then, I've been able to have some conversations and understand a little bit about some concerns. I feel like I should have worn a Grinch shirt right now because what I have to say is maybe not as popular in the near term, but maybe more helpful for our employees come January. You know, we did allocate, $10.8 million at the beginning of the fiscal year with the understanding that we would deploy half and we would consider where we're at. And, you know, you mentioned that we're on track for this year. We're concerned about next year for a deficit. We're all concerned. But honestly, I feel at this moment, based on the fact that several of the labor unions were completely unaware of this conversation today. Several employees reached out saying, hey, we learned in October that there was not going to be a one-time distribution and that January we would be revisiting the potential 1.5%. I feel like it might be better to have that January conversation like we had communicated to employees and talked about doing to be more congruent, because it sounds like a lot of folks would like to have that 1.5% that's built into their salary. It's pensionable moving forward. As much as I want to make sure people have money, extra money in their pocket around the holidays, I think what I have been hearing as of very recently, because people have not been involved in this part of the conversation that probably should be, I get a sense that people would rather have us hold off and do this with the input of the employees and the unions and consider something differently. So I just want to throw that out to the colleagues so they are aware of some of the concerns that I have learned about just in the past day with respect to this decision. So that's my comments.
Thank you. I definitely hear what you're saying, Councilmember Lee. In terms of the data that would be available in January versus now for projecting out in the future, I guess one concern I have is by the time we can get our arms around some of that information, it wouldn't be in January, February, but that the adjustment might be delayed until next fiscal year, but it might be a 1.5 or 2%, or I don't know what it would be. So I guess want to be clear about my concern about delaying in terms of the information we're getting. And I mean, I'm more hopeful about 26 based on just the data to date and the fact that our bond rating agencies seem to be indicating some hope, speaking of hope. I'll give that thought. I know we're voting this evening on this measure to take action now, but can you tell us more about, I know there are lags on some revenue projections, et cetera. What kind of picture do you think we'll have to have a conversation in January versus now?
Honorable Vice Mayor, Councilmember Ulick, I'm not expecting too much additional information to come in between now and January. The most recent projections we've received, as I indicated, show us about where we were expecting to be. We are expecting that to be slightly less of a deficit than what we thought in June. So in June, we were looking at a $24 million deficit for FY26 before we do any work. At last check, it's about $7.5 million, but still a deficit. So I'm not expecting that there would be new data to come in the next 30 days that would alter my recommendation. The other thing I'll add to it is I did make phone calls to the presidents of all 4 of our labor unions to discuss this in the weeks leading up to making my recommendation.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cunningham?
So when we talked, the number one thing that we knew was that we risk big time trying to jam this in, and that everyone's going to come out of the woodwork the day before and object it. And I said, that's what's going to happen. And it's totally happened. My phone's been blowing up all morning. So we're stuck in this thing where there's a couple repercussions here I'm trying to game out. Option A, we delay, or we just make a substitute motion, tell you to put the 1.5 in irrespective of what we're doing. Or option B, we put the one-time distribution in and don't cancel Christmas. The other piece is there's some core values going on, and that is that I know that the 1.5% is really important, especially the folks that are thinking about their retirement and their long-term needs. But for the folks that are entry level, the nice one-time distribution, it means a heck of a lot more, especially at this time of year. And so here we are at the last minute doing this dance, and I'm not happy about it at all, because we should have just made the decision and stuck with it. And maybe that's on us. Maybe I should have said, hey, if we're going to do a 1.5 in turkey money in June, we just should have said, we're going to do a 1.5 in turkey money in June. That's probably what we should have said. But there's this angle coming through. I'm also thinking about the stabilization on one side on what we have on the ballot in March. And, you know, there's a lot of discussion on what our finances look like back and forth. And I'd be way more comfortable knowing what the outcome of that vote is before I put the 1.5 in. So for me, I think we're better off as of today sticking with the one time, because we know we can bank 5.4 next year if we have to. That's the big thing. I mean, that's the biggest discussion. It's not a hill I'm willing to die on, but at the same time, my biggest concern here is what kind of input and what kind of discussions did you guys have with labor prior to this? How long have they known? Because my phone started ringing today and yesterday. I want to know if that's because we didn't tell anybody, or did we have a meeting and say, hey, here's what we're doing a month ago, or what? I mean, really, what's the status here? I just need to know.
Honorable Vice Mayor, members of the council, those phone calls were approximately 2 weeks ago. They were all informed of the $1,000. That was my recommendation. They all did object to it and say that they would much rather see a 1.5% salary adjustment, which I cannot recommend. My recommendation stands at the $1,000 one-time distribution, or delaying the item until after the first of the year to make another discussion if you prefer that. But it is not something that wasn't shared with the labor unions within the last 2 weeks.
Fembres, do you have a question or a comment? Your hand's up?
Kevin, I'll make the motion to just go ahead and start moving this thing.
Well, we'll continue the discussion until we kind of fall on thing. Councilmember Lee?
Just a follow-up question based on the colleagues' comments. Is there a scenario in which you could go back to the scratch pad and come back in January and say, hey, a 0.75% is more comfortable for us? Is there a scenario in which we could kind of accomplish both things, still do some sort of adjustment to the base salary and still protect ourselves financially from a deficit year? I'm just trying to think if there's a scenario here.
Honorable Vice Mayor, members of the council, we're happy to take a look at alternative scenarios. Anything that is an ongoing base salary adjustment is something that is an ongoing cost that is not accommodated in next year's finances, and nothing is changing that in the near term. But we are happy to do additional analysis or alternate scenarios and bring you back some additional options.
Councilmember Lane, then Paul.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to think about is something I've heard my colleagues say in the past about somebody who's making $50,000 getting $1,000 right before Christmas carries a lot of weight to somebody making $100,000 getting $1,000. So I'm curious if, like, who are we hearing from, or who, like, how are we balancing out these, these different voices in this moment? Because I'm leaning towards, it'll make a big difference for people around the holidays, us not knowing what next fiscal year is going to look like, but I get we have a lot of work to continue to do around our employee pay, but I don't think we're going to solve that right now.
Really quick, I have a couple other questions. I thought we have some pay adjustments in there for some compression issues. Is that correct?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, we do not yet have built-in capacity to address some of the pay inequities that we have going on. This is something that we'll be bringing to you as part of the FY26 budget. We definitely recognize that we have individuals within the organization that are not at what a market pay would be for them individually. This is something that we've not tackled as a team yet, and it is on the top of my list to address in the coming fiscal year to the best of our knowledge. That won't be solved with a one-time distribution, but any dollars that we preserve that are on an ongoing basis can be used for that.
Anna, next question was, where are we at projection-wise? I know that we were coming out around 17.2 down for the end of 26, but obviously I know we've made some headway on our projections on that. What is it looking like right now?
Councilmember Cunningham, members. At this point, we're looking approximately $7.5 million deficit.
So the 5.4 banked kind of gets us home, but we also have to play with it for the compression and possibly putting in a COLA after the vote in March. See, I think that's the safer play. I mean, I totally agree. I'm talking to the same people you are, so I totally agree with them too. But the safer play is to give everybody the turkey money as recommended now, and then revisit what we're going to do on COLA and compression for next fiscal year after the vote in March. I think that's just the better move. So I'm going to go with it. But For future reference, please do not do this stuff 2 weeks. You got to have at least 6 weeks. They got to know it's coming. And you've got to remind us that I said that, because I'm going to be the first one that says, oh, well, we can decide later, you know. But the bottom line is that we've got to, this was the one challenge I knew when we were on the phone, was that I'm going to get calls like at the last minute. And that's exactly kind of what happened. And we can't, it's not a good look for us either. So we got put in a really bad position on this. But at the end of the day, there's already people I know that are working for us that are counting on that money for Christmas. I mean, I know it. I've already talked to a few of them. So that's kind of that's the only reason I'm willing to go through with this. But I wish we would have gone, if we're going to do just a turkey money year, they need to know by October 1st that that's all it's going to be.
Councilmember Lee?
Okay, no, I appreciate the discussion. I agree. I am not the one here who wants to steal Christmas whatsoever. I just want to get it right. You know what I mean? I think our employees deserve that. So, you know, if I am not going to vote against putting money in our employees' pocket whatsoever. I just agree with what the comments have been, and that we need to plan this out a little bit earlier and have those conversations a little earlier, because we are getting surprised at the last minute. So I'm going to support it, of course, if that's the direction we're all going. And I agree with what you said, Councilmember Santa Cruz. It makes a lot of difference to folks this time of year. So we just hopefully can do better next year in planning.
And for the record, I didn't mean that at all.
You looked right at me when you said steal Christmas.
More of the apologetic look, because I
Nikki Lee
totally
steals
understand.
Christmas headlines.
I'm not
I
stealing
totally
Christmas,
think,
Tucson.
Are we
and
getting
this
to
is a 51-49 decision.
Are we getting to the point where I can ask for a motion? I ask for a motion.
Oh, okay. I thought it was on our regular agenda. I move the item as the manager's recommendation.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilmember Fembers, your hand is still up?
I support the motion.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. After the vote, for the record, it's not just turkey money. $1,000 for many people will be a significant way to pay off a bill, help their kids, et cetera. And I'm very proud that we're doing it for them. Thank you. Which brings us to item 6. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on state and national legislation and regional committees. And our favorite lobbyist, Andres Cano, is here.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor and members of the council. It's an honor to be here with you. Some updates from Washington. You may recall that last week a congressional district in California sealed up the final numbers at the federal level. The 119th Congress, beginning in January, will have a Republican majority in both chambers, with 220 Republicans in the House, 215 Democrats, and in the Senate, 53 Republicans and 47 Democrats. Congress is currently in session. We expect that a continuing resolution, which is the way to keep the government going, will be passed next week. Congress has avoided passing a comprehensive budget package, and that's in light of the current minority being the majority in the incoming legislative cycle. They're going to push that until March 2025. We do have some good news coming out of the current Congress with a vote today of 399 and 18. The Water Resources Development Act of 2024 was approved. This is a major win for Tucson. It allows up to $30 million in authorization for Tucson Water's Southlands Recycled Water Loop to be included in future congressional appropriations. This initiative has been championed by our congressional delegation, and we'd like to thank Senators Kelly, Sinema, Senator-elect Gallego, and Representatives Grijalva, Siscomani, and Stanton for supporting us in the request to ensure that this $30 million authorization was in WRDA. This project will expand our reclaimed water system to Tucson's southern areas, helping us conserve groundwater and reduce reliance on Colorado River water. The Senate is expected to give final consideration of this legislation next week. It's not on the slide, but I also got some information prior to coming in here that the National Defense Authorization Act will also be on the agenda for next week. It includes about $100 million in funding for the Davis-Monthan Air Force Base facilities, including the procurement of 5 additional helicopters for Air Force Combat Search and Rescue program, which will be based at Davis-Monthan. That's a quick update from the legislative side. And you may all have heard, but we have not since you have had the opportunity to meet as a mayor and council. We've not had the opportunity to make the official announcement before you that the Environmental Protection Agency has chosen both Primavera Foundation and the City of Tucson for to be the recipients of a nearly $20 million investment through the Environmental and Climate Justice Block Program. This investment is made possible through the Inflation Reduction Act and will fund key initiatives that are important to the climate resiliency plan, including energy efficiency home retrofits, drought-tolerant tree and shrub planting, including green space corridors at our bus stops, establishing community resilience hubs to assist residents before, during, and after emergencies and extreme weather events, and last but not least, developing a green workforce through training programs. These projects will not only enhance Tucson's resilience, but also prioritize the needs of our communities disproportionately affected by climate change. So that's huge news, and we, of course, look forward to working with Primavera on this partnership as well. From the state capitol, the November numbers from the Joint Legislative Budget Committee have been released. They indicate positive news for our state budget, a $235 million surplus above forecasted revenues, leaving lawmakers with an estimated $660 million for one-time expenditures in the incoming budget process. Why is this important? It's because this is how much will be determined in the incoming legislative session. While this is good news from the state front, the Joint Legislative Budget Committee and its director specifically has advised lawmakers to remain cautious. These are numbers that will change every single month, and given the conversation that you all just had as well, proceed cautiously with looking at the numbers is what the advice is to legislators moving forward. As we approach the 57th legislature, we have opening day starting on January 13th with the State of the State speech scheduled for January 23rd here in Tucson. Want to make sure that you are all aware that Governor Hobbs will be here making her address. Since adoption of your legislative agenda at our last meeting, the Southern Arizona delegation has received and was briefed on your top priorities for the incoming legislative session. And we have now received the committee memberships for both the State House and the Senate. This will allow us to see who our advocates can be on these committees moving forward to ensure that your priorities are heard at the state capitol. Those are the only updates that I have for today, and with that, I am open for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you so much for a great report.
Thank you.
Brings us to item 7. Does anyone have items to remove from the consent agenda? Councilman Frembres, do you have items to remove from the consent? I see your hands up.
No.
No, okay, thank you. Item 8, future agendas. Does anyone have items for future agendas? Councilmember Lane.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to give the council and the public a heads up that Councilmember Ulick and I will be submitting 3 memos for future meeting agendas. One is an update on state regulation of group homes, update on congregate shelter models, and an update on the fentanyl and opioid public health crisis and justice reinvestment funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for future agendas? Study session is adjourned. The next session will be the Public Housing Authority Board, which will convene at 5:30 p.m. to be followed by our regular session. The next study session will be Tuesday, January 7th, 2025. I know. How the heck did we get this old? I want to explain before the regular session of the Tucson Council, we sit as the board of the Public Housing Authority, and we have a few agenda items that we cover for that. This is a separate organization, but you can see it's controlled by the same people to work on housing issues set up by the federal government for us to get a lot of funding. For the record, council members Fimbres will be participating electronically through Microsoft Teams. Mayor Romero is absent excused, and board member Crystal Martin is also absent and excused. The Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority will stand in session. Roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz. Here. Commissioner Cunningham.
Here.
Commissioner Dahl.
Here.
Commissioner Lee. Here. Commissioner Fimbres.
Here, present.
Commissioner Ulick. Here.
Item 2.
Small area farm market rents, SAFMRs, by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, for the Housing Choice Vouchers, HCV program.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 11, dated December 10th, is received into and made part of the record. This was scheduled for discussion to help the Board of Commissioners understand how the SAFMR implementation will impact the PHA operations and the larger Tucson community. This is also an opportunity for the commissioners to provide feedback on strategies for tenant and landlord outreach, budget adjustments, and administrative updates related to SAFMR. I believe Ann Chineka has a presentation, or is it going to introduce a presentation?
Thank you, Chair Dahl and Board of Commissioners. Thanks for giving us a few minutes today to help explain what mandatory small area fair market rents are. So this is a fairly significant change to the Housing Choice Voucher program that HUD is requiring. And there's some good reasons HUD is requiring this, and my colleague will describe that in more detail. Most importantly, it does really align with the Mayor and Council adopted Prosperity Initiative. And so there's some good aspects to this, but with any big change, we anticipate there will be some challenges. So to go into more detail on that, I've asked our Housing Choice Voucher Administrator, Isaiah Norris, to walk through what it is and why it's a change and sort of what we're doing to help mitigate some of those challenges. I think many of you have met Isaiah before, but if you haven't, this is Isaiah Norris.
Good evening, Commissioners. So we'll go ahead and get started with the presentation. So the mandated HUD small area fair market rents. Historically speaking, HUD provides fair market rents on a yearly basis for the Housing Authority. And these fair market rents are what the Housing Authority utilize to create payment standards, which then our voucher holders go out and find units with. And it kind of gives them that cap on affordability for unit. So as you see here, this is kind of what we looked at for the 2024, this previous year, and the current year's fair market rents provided by HUD, and then our associated payment standards. We usually list them from 0 to 6 bedrooms. But this new change to the small area fair market rents creates a brand new model for us to use. And again, this is mandated by HUD. They've gone throughout the country and determined certain communities that should follow this practice, and we were selected for this coming year. Under this new model, our payment standards and the fair market rents are designated by geographical area, more particularly the zip codes, as opposed to a general metropolitan area. So as you see here, we are in consortium with the county, Pima County, as well as administering for the city of Tucson. So we are covering the entire region of Pima County, which consists of up to 70 zip codes that we are now responsible for. As Anshaneka had mentioned, this very much aligns with the Regional Prosperity Initiative and increasing overall mobility for our voucher holders and for those in the community. One of the greatest things that will come out of the small area fair market rents is the ability for voucher holders to get into areas that were previously unaffordable to them, and with those increased payment standards. Before I get into kind of some of the anticipated challenges, I want to kind of lay it out and kind of give an example of what that can look like. So if we have a family who, say, is in a 2-bedroom voucher, right now that payment standard is $1,470. And that's for the metropolitan area. So no matter where you are in the city of Tucson, across Pima County, that payment standard is $1,470. However, under the new small area fair market rents and our new designated payment standards, say if you were currently living in one of our areas that you may be familiar with, Thrive in the 85705, and you said, hey, I'd like to move to Vail, which I think that zip code is 85745. That is a higher price point area. Under the new small area fair market rent and those new payment standards, that payment standard is going from $1,470 to $2,060. So there are some significant differences, or there are some significant increases in some areas. However, there will also be some decreases in areas that are currently highly concentrated with voucher holders. And that is what HUD anticipates and is trying to move folks out of these highly concentrated areas and into higher opportunity areas. So going along with that, as I mentioned, we'll have some decreased payment standards in certain zip codes, but we will also have higher payment standards in various zip codes as well. So this map here shows in the green where we have increased payment standards, and then kind of in that purple, we have shades where there are decreases in our payment standards in the overall fair market rents. As the guidance from HUD really indicates that in doing this, it allows us to not overpay in areas where we were generally overpaying, and then allows us to get up to those price points to add mobility to our voucher holders. Additionally, there will be some impact for our participants. Again, it's just a major change to the program. This is kind of how fair market rents have been. What we currently are using has been utilized for years, for decades now. And we are now getting into a brand new way of understanding fair market rents and payment standards. This will be a significant burden on the Housing Authority from an administrative standpoint. We will evaluate these every single year, every single zip code, and complete an analysis to ensure that we are putting our voucher holders in the best position possible, but also taking into consideration our landlords and the community as a whole. One of the greatest things about this entire initiative and this implementation is that this will greatly allow our participants to better integrate into a number of communities that were previously inaccessible to them. So as we look at the PHA's operations, I had mentioned we are, year after year, we're going to be setting those payment standards. They will change, they will differ. We will run our analysis and make sure that we are doing the best thing possible to serve as many households as possible. We will continue to work with our finance team and ensure that we are well within budget, and just keeping an eye on that. And then I believe item number 4, when we look at compliance, this kind of goes into our administrative plan change. So we have all this information and policies related to it in our updated administrative plan. And I think at the end of the day, we are really working to ensure that we serve as many households as possible under the voucher program. Speaking on policies, one of the policies that is integral to this implementation is what we call the hold harmless policy. So this will kind of happen over the first 3 years of this program. And it allows us, so those families that are in those areas where the payment standards have decreased, they are allowed to stay at their current payment standards without a decrease for a 2-year period, unless they decide to move in that period. So it doesn't affect the family until they're ready to make that move or until that 2-year period kind of expires. But in which case, they will be well informed of the process and how that will affect them moving forward every step of the way from the Housing Authority. Additionally, our project-based voucher program will not be affected by the small area FMRs. They will continue to run under the traditional metropolitan fair market rents. That is all that I have for you, commissioners. Any questions?
Thank you. That was a great presentation. I don't have any questions because you covered it all. Any of my colleagues have any? Yeah, great job.
Thank you.
And this is exciting that people will have a greater choice.
Thank you.
And do you need anything from us, or was this an educational? Thank you. Item 3.
Public hearing, City of Tucson, Pima County, Public Housing Authority, Annual Plan, Significant Amendment.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 14 dated December 10th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2024-32 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2024-32 relating to public housing, approving a significant amendment to the City of Tucson Annual Plan for fiscal year 2025, authorizing and directing the submission of the same to United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, and declaring an emergency.
What's the board's pleasure?
Your Honor, I move that we pass and adopt Resolution PHA 2024-32.
Second.
Wasn't anything here. Do we have any speakers?
No.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes. Oh, I'm sorry, it has to be a roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Aye.
Commissioner Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Fimbres?
Aye.
Commissioner Ulick?
Aye.
Commissioner Dahl?
Aye. The motion to approve Resolution PHA 2024-32 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 4.
Public hearing, City of Tucson, Pima County, PHA, changes to the administrative plan and the admissions and continued occupancy plan, ACOP.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 13 dated December 10 is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you were requested to read Resolution PHA 2024-33 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2024-33 relating to public housing, adopting the updated City of Tucson Administrative Plan and Admissions and Continued Occupancy Policy, ACOP, and directing submission of the same to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, and declaring an emergency.
What's the board's pleasure?
Vice Mayor, I move that we pass and adopt Resolution number PHA 2024-33.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Ulick?
Aye.
Commissioner Fimbres?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Aye.
Commissioner Dahl?
Aye. The motion to approve Resolution PHA 2024-33 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 5.
Monthly Board Report.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 12 dated December 10th is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the monthly board report?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 The motion to approve the monthly board report passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 6, City Manager's PHA Communication Number 10 dated December 10 is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of August 27th, 2024?
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 The motion to approve the minutes of the August 27th, 2024 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 7,
Adjournment.
The meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The mayor and council will now reconvene our regular meeting.
All right, good.
For the record, Councilmember Fimbres will be participating electronically through Microsoft Teams, and Mayor Romero is absent excused. Council will stand in session. Roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham.
Here.
Mrs. Lee.
Here.
Mick Zulik.
Here.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl.
Here. Before we go to item 2, the city attorney will go over the rules of decorum for mayor and council meetings. Mr. Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. Arizona's open meeting laws provide that members of the public may attend and listen to the proceedings during tonight's public meeting of the mayor and council. Arizona law also allows the mayor and council to enforce rules and procedures for public attendance of the meeting in order to ensure orderly behavior and to prevent unnecessary interference with the public meeting. So here are the rules that apply. The rules require decorum and orderly conduct by the members of the audience. No person attending the meeting shall engage in conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, including any statements or conduct that interrupt persons who might be addressing the mayor and council or that disrupt the discussions of the mayor and council themselves. The mayor, or as tonight, the vice mayor, sitting in the chair as the mayor, has the authority to ensure compliance with the rules of orderly conduct. If disorderly or disruptive conduct continues after a warning, and this is that first warning, the mayor may direct the removal of persons from the chambers or recess the meeting itself if necessary. If disruptive behavior makes it necessary to clear the chambers, the persons who disrupted the meeting will not be allowed to return to the chambers for the remainder of tonight's meeting. And as a final note, please be aware that interfering with or preventing a lawful public meeting from being carried out in an orderly manner not only violates these rules of participation, but also violates Title 13 of the Arizona Revised Statutes.
Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Carla Inclan, City Clerk's Office. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Honorable Vice Mayor, Council, good evening, everyone. Please bless this meeting as we gather today, healthy and open-minded. We ask for guidance from the Mayor and Council as they make the right decisions without bias or prejudice. May we work together and make City of Tucson great. Amen.
Pledge allegiance.
And we have one presentation tonight. I invite Dr. Khan and his family friends to come up to the front podium. Dr. Khan's colleagues here tried to surprise him with this. And before the meeting, I came out and congratulated him, so I ruined the surprise. And by the way, there's birthday cake for all. No, there's not. Can you hold that? I have a different version here to read. This is for Dr. Mohammed Wakas Khan. On behalf of the Mayor's Office, it's with great gratitude that I present this certificate of appreciation and recognition to Dr. Mohammed Wakas Khan for his remarkable accomplishments in completing a 2-year fellowship in endovascular surgical neuroradiology. I'm very proud of myself for those 3 words. As the first Pakistani Muslim to graduate in this highly specialized field in the state of Arizona, Dr. Khan has paved the way for future generations while exemplifying excellence and innovation. His contributions to research has advanced global understanding of cerebrovascular health, and his presentations at international conferences have showcased novel surgical techniques that are transforming patient care. We celebrate your achievements and the excellence you continue to build at St. Joseph's Medical Center, where your expertise benefits countless lives in one of the busiest neurovascular centers in the nation. Thank you for your outstanding contributions to medicine, research, and our community. This is given and signed by the Mayor, Regino Romero, and stamped with the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, this 10th day of December, 2014. Would you like to say anything?
Sure. In the name of the most exalted, as Commissioner Dahl said, about 15 minutes ago, I thought we were going to BJ's to celebrate with friends and family. I did not know we were coming here. I thought one of these guys messed up or screwed up somewhere. So next time. But thank you so much for having us, and thank you so much for this remarkable achievement award. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Just want to thank Eric and everybody else behind the scenes who worked hard in getting recognizing Dr. Khan for what he's done. Just in case if you didn't understand what exactly he does, for anybody who has a stroke or has a clot in the brain, this guy goes through your wrist or your leg with a small robotic tube and gets that out and saves countless lives. So his hours in surgery while he's there and saving a life could be from 1 hour up to 8, 9, 10 hours sitting there with radiation suits, which is a heavy lead suit, while they're trying to save patients' lives. So we're blessed with him in the city and the work he does, and some of the new innovations that have come in the medical field of putting new sort of stents in the brain to drain some of the fluid and backup. He's worked on that as well in the city of Tucson. So we're proud of him in the city of Tucson, and we thank him for his continuous work and effort in the city. Thank you so much, Wakas. Thank you so much.
Item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 363 dated December 10 is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointments in this report?
So moved. Second.
I would like to thank Maria Luna, who's being appointed to the Self-Insured Risk Trust Fund, and the reappointments of Tim Hagyard and Jan Mulder to the Tucson Pima County Historical Commission. Thank you for your willingness to serve the city. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Item 3,
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 344 dated December 10 is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current activities. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report on this time? I
do.
We'll go down the row and then Councilmember Finbray. So Councilmember Lane.
Thank you. So this Saturday, December 14th, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., you can join the Sonoran Institute for the Santa Cruz River cleanup. Help us keep our community clean while enjoying refreshments and entertainment from Ensenada Street Food, Bidi Bidi Bam Bam, and DJ Halcero. We'll be meeting at 512 North Riverside Drive, Tucson, Arizona. And then on Saturday, December 14th, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., the 11th Annual United Hearts of Arizona Shoe and Jacket Drive will also be taking place, where winter coats, tennis shoes, socks, toys, gift cards, and more will be distributed to over 200 students from 10 schools across southern Pima County, including several in Ward 1. The location is El Pueblo Center, 101 West Irvington Road, building number 9. Tuesday, December 17th from 12 to 1. Join us for the Stone Avenue Complete Streets Project Ribbon Cutting Celebration. This project included a two-way separated bike lane, mid-block pedestrian crossing, green stormwater infrastructure, and resurfaced roadways from Alameda Street to Ochoa Street. Celebrate this milestone with us at Jacome Plaza and enjoy light refreshments and special remarks from myself and Councilmember Karen Ulick and DTM Director Sam Credio. We'll be meeting at Jacome Plaza at 101 North Stone Avenue. And then finally, Friday, December 27th at 6 p.m., join us for the last Bicicleteada del Sur in 2024 with Fuga. It's an evening bike ride that takes place on Tucson's south side and happens on the last Friday of each month. Meet us at the El Pueblo Center and enjoy a fun community-centered ride through the south side streets. Again, El Pueblo Center, 101 West Irvington Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz, and I apologize for mixing up your first and last names. I'll try to get it straight from now on. Councilmember Cunningham.
A few things. First of all, I wanted to thank my staff and our team. We had the 3rd annual Disability Pride Day at Udall Park this weekend. It's become an event that's annual here in Tucson. Last year we had over 1,500 to 2,000 participants. This year we were a little smaller, but we anticipate a big showing next year, thanks to all the performers, all the locally owned businesses that are owned by disabled folks that also participated, the Pima County Recorder's Office, Gabby Casares. Just a great turnout. Congratulations to the Tucson Lobos wheelchair basketball team who were there, and they won the national championship early this year. And also the University of Arizona Wildcat wheelchair basketball team was there as well. And they finished as a runner-up the last 2 years. They've got all their starters back, and hopefully they can bring home the hardware this spring. So again, thank you for anybody who participated in the Disability Day. Can't wait to go again next year. Very excited. I'm also, I want to point out some congratulations to some of our local high school athletes from the east side and who had some success this year, including Micah Mountain High School, who won the football championship. They're out of the city limits technically, but congratulations to them. A lot of Tucson kids participate. Right now in Ward 2, we have 4 different high schools that are ranked in the top 5 in basketball. So we're really excited about all that. On Thursday from 5 to 7 is the annual Ward 2 holiday party. So come by. It's at 7820 East Broadway at our new office. We're going to have a gift exchange and a few other things, but we're having our holiday party. It's like an open house to kind of close out the year and start the new one. On tonight's agenda, you'll notice there's several different liquor licenses, and usually I don't, they're kind of mundane, but this is, a couple of these are interested. One of them is Saddlehorn Saloon, which is right next to the Cork, which is a longtime Tucson restaurant, longtime East Side restaurant, and they're merging. Sally Shamrell bought the Cork a couple of years ago, and they're actually going to make both restaurants kind of tie together and in that concept. And it's a really exciting development piece for Restaurant Row. We've been working hard to revitalize Restaurant Row, and we wish them the best of luck. The other one is a changeover from longtime Jeff's Pub. It's got a new name and a new look, and so that liquor license become finalized tonight. So congratulations to those folks. And then finally, probably the big one is the Arizona Bowl folks are officially applying for their New Year's Eve festival tonight. And we're going to probably approve that liquor license. And it's a really exciting event with the community village they're going to build for the game. There's going to be a car show, a hip hop show, the game itself. I think it's going to be something that Tucson's going to celebrate for years to come. So I know it's weird to be bragging on the liquor licenses, but they actually have some stories behind them tonight. And so that's that. Thanks for indulging me. Thank you.
Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just with it being the end of the year, I just wanted to say thank you to all of our City of Tucson employees for all of their hard work this year. We accomplished a lot. We had a lot of challenges, and I think we did a really good job as a community. So I just wanted to send everyone my well wishes for happy holidays, my gratitude for a solid year that we've had behind us, and looking forward to next year. Thanks, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you. My team and I really wanted to call out one employee in particular. We interact with countless employees every week and are constantly really grateful and impressed by the work being done. Renee Romero last week
came very quickly to respond to a maintenance concern in the Ward 6 office, handled it incredibly proficiently, and enabled us to host a number of community meetings that were scheduled that very same day. So my team really wanted to give a shout out to Renee, and in the spirit of Councilmember Lee's comments, just really acknowledge all the good work being done. Thank you.
Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to thank the Tucson Firefighter Association for their partnership with the holiday food box distribution for November and December. They have been instrumental in ensuring that the members of our community have a meal to share with the families in the holidays. We're extremely grateful for their support. I want to invite everyone to attend the Winter Wonderland at the Quincy Douglas Center, be held on Saturday, December 14th from 4 to 6:30 p.m. at 1575 East 36th Street. It is a family-free, friendly event with lots of activities, including carnival games, arts and crafts, information booths, and hot chocolate. And to visit by Santa, please call 520-791-2507 for more information. On Saturday, December 14th, Hearts of Arizona will host its 11th annual shoe and jacket drive. The event will provide 200 pre-selected students from every schools in Southside and Ward 5 and Ward 1 and along the other cities areas. With a pair of shoes and jackets, these deserving students will also receive gifts, treats, and a visit from Santa Claus. I want to congratulate Maria Cardenas from the Board of Directors of the United States Hearts of Arizona, herself generosity, and I want to thank Lupita Robles, my Ward 5 Chief of Staff member, who's also very instrumental in working on that. I want to congratulate former Mayor Tucson, Mayor Rothschild, on receiving the Founders Award. The award is a testament of his leadership and dedication to the city of Tucson. I also want to wish everyone a safe and holiday season. Enjoy your time with your family and friends, but always remember, stay alive and don't drink and drive. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I have a few announcements. My colleague, Councilwoman Nikki Lee, often asks, well, what props are you going to bring? Because sometimes I bring props. Well, all my announcements are about the holidays, so I have this tangled holiday lights. It's not very impressive compared to what, would you stand up? I suppose. What does it say?
I got here on my
On a unicorn. What's better than that? Well, I want to remind everybody that Winter Haven will be doing their Festival of Lights December 14th, which starts Saturday through the 28th, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. It's become way popular, and the roads are closed. You have to park nearby. We weren't able to do a shuttle for various federal law reasons. So I'm urging people who go to go as a family, go with your friends, enjoy it, carpool if you can, but be a good neighbor. Take your time and find a parking place that's legal and not blocking someone's driveway. Please don't throw your garbage on the street. Take your time, cross at the crosswalks. There's a lot of traffic and it can be dangerous. But go and have a good time and celebrate this holiday because we all do love the lights. In addition to Winter Haven, you might be having lights at your house. You notice I have the low energy lights in my hand. You can save energy by turning yours off at a certain time when no one shouldn't be driving in your neighborhood anyhow. You can use a timer for that. That's a tip from Tucson Electric Power. There's 3 other places at least that have light shows for you this year. The zoo is doing zoo lights. Tucson Botanical Gardens has a fabulous display, and Tohono Chul also has a light show. Finally, Ward 3, along with some of our partners from the other city agencies and business partners, and also with the help of the nonprofit Friends of Ward 3, a new group, we're doing a big Christmas party for the kids and families who live at the Wildcat Inn, which is a city of Tucson owned and run, very low barrier shelter. It's transition. People have come off living in the street, and these families are trying to build up something, get a job, and move on. We want these kids to have a great time, and we have lots of stuff, but we invite your participation. We're taking donations until December 20th at our Ward 3 office. If you want to know what kind of things we are especially looking for, look at it in my Friday newsletter, which is online as well at Ward 3 on the internet. Thank you all. Item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's communication number 345, dated December 10th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the city manager to report on current events.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Two quick announcements for tonight. Just a couple of recent acknowledgements that the city has received from others. First of all, Tucson received a top 100 spot from Residents Consulting's 2025 World's Best Cities list. Notably, we placed in the top 100 and several spots ahead of the city of Phoenix. The World's Best Cities report ranks the overall performance of global cities with populations of more than 1 million, highlighting cities that shape the future. And the second recent recognition was from SAFMRS. International Travel Guide has once again named Tucson one of the best places to go in 2025, citing the city's many festivals and 4,000 years of food culture. Tucson was highlighted for its ability to create unity through community. With that, I would like to invite my colleague Mike Rankin, who has an additional excitement for you, or exciting announcement. Try again.
His tie's exciting.
That's right, my Grinch tie. Honorable Mayor and Council, a pretty extraordinary thing happened yesterday. So under the Arizona Constitution, the body that reviews applications and vets candidates for appointment to the Arizona Supreme Court is the Arizona Commission on Appellate Court Appointments. And it's a nonpartisan 15-member commission with 10 non-attorney members, 5 attorney members, and it's chaired by the Chief Justice of the Arizona Supreme Court. And as you can imagine, the process that they put applicants and candidates through is pretty intense and intimidating. The application itself is over 50 pages long. The interviews are conducted publicly, and that's just for the candidates who are lucky enough to move into the interview stage. Well, yesterday the commission completed its work in reviewing the applications for the existing vacancy on the Arizona Supreme Court. Justice Brutinel had retired in October, and they're filling his vacancy. And the commission has moved forward 5 names, and one of them is our very own Regina Nasson, Principal Assistant City Attorney. This is an extraordinary accomplishment and honor, and we're so proud of her and the fact that she has gone through this process and put herself out there. And now we've got our fingers crossed for her appointment. So if you're in good with the governor, feel free to give her a call, because Regina would be extraordinary on the Arizona Supreme Court. And I'll just tell you what I told the commission when I went up there to testify on her behalf. I only had 60 seconds, so I said, well, here's what I can tell you. I can't afford to lose her, and I can't replace her, which is exactly why you should take her and put her on the Supreme Court. So, fingers crossed.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5,
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication Number 366 dated December 10th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor licenses agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 5 applications for new licenses, 4 applications for person and/or location transfers, 1 special event application, and 2 applications for agent change acquisition of control. All applications are in compliance with city requirements, with the exception of item 5B2 and 5B4, which will be considered separately at the request of Councilmember Ulick. So an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1, 5B3, 5B5 through 5B9, 5C1, and 5D1 through 2 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion is carried. Shall we do the 2 together or separately?
It's up to Councilmember.
If we could, Vice Mayor, if we could take 5B2 just very briefly. I wanted to direct a couple of questions to staff, and I'm wondering, there are written arguments opposed to the establishment filed. Is that person here? You're the applicant? Okay. Okay. I did want to acknowledge the statement that you put in, and in reviewing the materials, do you want to come forward and state your name? I know this isn't a public hearing, but I just want an opportunity to engage.
Wait, is this for this is for NYPD, right?
NYPD.
For
Yeah, the
NYPD?
wrong one.
Wrong one.
Okay. Are you with, on the NYPD item? Okay.
Let's have the opposition first.
Okay, so I don't believe the opposition is present. Okay. I did want to acknowledge, I just think it's important to acknowledge when we hear from the community, the liquor license process can be confusing. Staff have indicated from multiple departments that you're fully in compliance with our requirements. And so I will be making a motion to forward the application with a recommendation of approval to the State Liquor Board. The opponents may choose to participate at that level. And I think the main thing that is looked at, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Rankin, is saturation in an area. The Liquor Board tends to want to lean toward high saturation and convenience for residents. So I just wanted to inform you of that. There may be area residents who are really excited to have your place just down the block. We did hear from one resident who's not in favor, but I would like to make a motion to send the application forward to the Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
Second.
Second.
Any
Second.
discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And now we're moving on to the serial grillers. And we also did receive some information that does not seem to be a part of the record here, but I did hear from an individual who was concerned about the serial grillers. Now, are you representing serial grillers, or you're opposed to it? Okay, all right. So again, in reviewing the materials, there's compliance here, but I thought you raised some interesting questions. If you'd like to come forward, we have our Planning and Development Services Director here. And it's my understanding that, and feel free to elaborate, but it was a parking concern primarily with serial grillers moving into the same strip mall as your business?
Yes, my family and I, we own the business directly east of Serial Growers, which is RJ's Frozen Cactus 5769 East Speedway.
Yes.
And we've been there about 15 years. Worked our tails off to make it through COVID and comply with all the rules, and we ended up buying the 2 parcels next to us. And that is, those parcels line up to the property line of the strip mall. And I believe that the plans that they turned in are using our property to get approved.
Okay, thank you.
And they do not have a parking agreement at all with us. We tried to approach them. They said, we don't want to talk to you. So they're just going to think they're going to use the parking, and we really don't know why they don't want to talk to us. Before they were there, before COVID, they were not courteous neighbors because they have been in that spot before.
Okay.
They're wonderful food. It's wonderful for the neighborhood. Awesome chain, but the problem is this last Saturday, cars were triple parked in front of that strip mall, off the curb in the speedway, because there is now a wrought iron gate that goes between our building around our lot.
Okay, okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
And like I said, I have copies of the site plan that we have through Steve Shell, which is our actual properties, the 3 parcels we own. And I believe that they have used one of the parcels and included it in their parking to try and qualify based on the 100 square feet you need per one spot for every 100 square feet, I believe you need for a liquor license.
Okay.
And their approximate square footage is about 6,400 square feet.
So they need 64 spots, according to what you understand.
There's 46 that surround their building, and they have 6 tenants in that strip mall.
Yeah, okay.
6 businesses.
Thank you. Thank you so much for raising the concern. And I wanted to direct some questions to our Planning and Development Services Director to better understand, because our materials indicate compliance and PDSD checks on parking. So if I could, and thank you again so much. Corin Manning is here to talk more about how compliance with parking requirements, particularly in strip malls, how that's looked at, and the issue of, it sounds like perhaps a requirement of 64 spots. Can you elaborate on what your review entailed?
Sure, Councilmember Ulick and members of the council. So this is a reuse of a building that already has a certificate of occupancy for a restaurant use. So our understanding, at least as of now, is there's no changes proposed to this site. So they don't need to submit a site plan for any changes to the site because there is a pre-existing restaurant use that has been allowed at this site. This is, I'm not sure what's been submitted to the liquor board. We can certainly check on that to ensure that it is showing their own site. But according to our zoning, the city zoning, and what's been submitted to the city, they are in compliance with zoning requirements.
And Corin, so if one of the requirements, is it one space per 100 feet for a commercial? I'm not remembering the specifics.
So I can check on that.
Right.
There might be some different requirements at the state level that you're referring to, so I can check on what that liquor requirement is.
So could I ask for you to follow up?
Yes.
And we believe from the information that's been reviewed that the application is in compliance with our regulations, and that because it was occupied previously by a similar establishment, that it warrants moving forward with a recommendation of approval. Having said that, I think that our team at Ward 6 will also be following up with you and Serial Grillers just to clarify and make clear the implications of utilizing your parking without a mutual agreement. And I think, making sure that discussion occurs. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to move forward with a recommendation of approval, partially because we need to take action before the end of December to comply with the liquor board's timelines, and this is our December meeting. So I move forward with a recommendation for approval.
Second.
I just have a couple questions. So the one thing I'm trying to figure out is if the site plan they submitted, do we have an answer on that? Are they using the other parcel as part of their site plan? I mean, I can't understand how we can't get a definitive answer like that. Because if that's not the case, that's fine, but I just want to be sure that that's.
Just to clarify, Councilmember, I might not have been clear, no site plan has been submitted to the city because there's no proposed site changes because it's been a restaurant use continuous or has a certificate of occupancy for restaurant use. They have not submitted a site plan for any site changes to the city.
So
and they're not required to.
Because the previous C of O didn't expire.
Exactly.
But they are changing their use. They're changing their use from a beer and wine license to a full liquor license, a 12. So they must comply with the zoning of that license. And we were made to purchase the 2 parcels next to us just to get an approved patio. So we had to spend upward of $300,000 to purchase the land in order to get an approved patio, because the city made us abide by the accordances of the law. Yeah. So we feel that they should have to abide by the same zoning laws. If they don't have the parking, they should not get a full liquor license.
I hear you,
It is our only niche that we have right now
Yeah.
above them. They're wonderful food. We have wonderful food.
Yeah, you do.
Have paid for the parking and they don't have parking.
So let me ask for guidance here from the attorney, because I know we need to take action. Is there a way to have a motion subject to additional review by PDSD for compliance or
Good.
something to that effect, so that PDSD would be empowered basically to say, wait, this does not comply?
Councilmember Ulick, I think we can navigate that. One thing I do want to note is it looks like the application is for a restaurant license, not a bar license, and so it sounds to me like it's probably not a change in use. But to answer your question,
One of the options you have is to move it forward with no recommendation. What that does is it triggers that there will be a hearing at the state level to determine whether the issuance of the license is appropriate or not. And as part of that, you could give direction to staff just to make sure that the prior approval wasn't based on a falsely submitted site plan or a site plan that doesn't come into compliance. And that way we could provide information to the State Liquor Board in advance of them deciding the issue as to whether there are any existing zoning violations. And if there are any, based on that review, then we would also pursue those separately, just as under our enforcement for zoning violations.
Okay, so procedurally, do I need to withdraw my initial motion? Robert's
Yeah,
rules.
that'd be fine.
I withdraw
Withdraw.
my initial motion.
I second the withdrawal. That's a
Okay,
thing.
and I'd like to make a new motion, which is what the attorney just said. We'll make a,
That'll forward it with no recommendation from the
recommendation.
local governing body, with direction to staff to follow through on the site plan / zoning compliance issue.
all right. Thank you, Corin. Thank you so much. And sir, thank you for bringing this forward. We do want to make sure we get it right if there's a violation. It sounds like a restaurant that used to be serving beer and wine may be a consistent use, and if so, there may not be a lever there, but at least you'll have an opportunity at the state level to submit your concerns as well, and we will make sure to review, as the attorney said, the information that's been submitted.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The motion
Aye.
passes. Item 5. I'm sorry, item 6.
Call to the audience.
Ms. Clerk, do you have any announcements?
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing. Make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker card before making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. If called upon and you do not wish to speak, please let the vice mayor know, and he'll move on to the next person on the list. The rules do not allow for speakers to give their time to someone else or assign their time to a designated person to speak on their behalf. Pursuant to Arizona meeting law, the individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience.
I'm going to read 2 speakers' names, the first speaker and then the second person who can be prepared. The first speaker will be Michael Cajero. The second speaker is Eberline. Eberline.
Hello, my name is Michael Cajero. I live in Ward 6, Sam Hughes to be exact. And I understand the city wants to encourage more infill in Ward 6, right? Right, okay, so that means more traffic, you know, and we have, I can tell you that 6th Street has become what's called a corridor. A corridor is a euphemism for a freeway, right? Right. Okay, so we are getting a lot more traffic there, and I've asked the city and other people to put in a speed sign, and they never want to do it. The traffic there can go from 40 to 50 miles an hour, and this goes all the time. It's a loud sort of noise that it's gotten louder. I can't even, it's very loud. But as far as the infill, I think that's part of it. That's a great part. It's the use of the automobile, and this translates into more killing on the I understand it's close to 100 people have been killed on the roads in Tucson. Is that true? Is that true? Well, if that's true, then why? Who's responsible for this? Is it infill that's doing this? Is that part of it? Well, part of it is liquor license laws, I guess, and people going too fast. And if you're old, watch it, because you know you don't have a chance. You don't have a chance. And I've noticed in Ward 6, there's part of the infill program is to increase the traffic. We have 4 lanes along 6th Street. They asked us if we wanted 4 lanes or how many, and a lot of people said, no, we don't want 4 lanes, but they put them in anyway. So we don't have a choice. You know, it's just killing, killing, killing. Debbie Downer is taking over, you know, and I also the use of the cement. They're using cement as a gentrification element to create a grid. Ward 6 is becoming, or it has become, a grid of cement and asphalt and straight lines. It's a corridor. That's what a corridor does. And I think he should stop. I grew up there, and I find it very atrocious. And these cement things.
Time is up. Sorry it didn't turn yellow.
Is my time up?
You want to complete your thought, though?
Okay, so stop the infill and lower the death rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed, then Tom Aday. Ed first, and then you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Dahlin, council members, and my fellow citizens. My concern is similar but much more focused. This city has an extreme problem with dangerous driving. I live in the Keeling neighborhood. That's Grant and Stone. Grant looks like a 6-lane divided highway, and people treat it as one. It's signed at 35 miles an hour, and people are easily doing 50 and 55 on it. Stone, when they take off northbound from Grant, there's a hill there, and they punch it. Stone is a 35-mile zone also. If you've driven Speedway or Broadway, you've seen it. Broadway, right out of downtown, marked 30 miles an hour, they're doing 45. And the reason I know this, I'll set my cruise control at 34 miles an hour, and they're going whoosh, past me. I have personally lost 2 friends to hit and run in the last 10 weeks, and a 3rd friend who will probably get out of the ICU and survive, but never be the same. This city needs to do something about traffic enforcement. That is my opinion, and I ask you to please find a way, find the funding, see if those computer things you can put on the side of the road and automatically generate tickets. But I'd be surprised if there isn't somebody in this room that hasn't had a personal friend damaged by this behavior, which has gotten out of control. Thank you.
Dr. Ron Sparks will be next. Thank you, Tom. Go ahead.
Good evening. I am Tom Adding, a Tucson homeowner, currently serving as president of the Bear Canyon Neighborhood Association. I'm addressing agenda item 10 regarding zoning for the proposed CASITA Village at La Mariposa. The BCNA strongly supports the recommendation by the city attorney to remand this matter to the zoning examiner. This will allow BCNA to work with the city to address a number of concerns we believe were not adequately addressed since the zoning examiner's recommended approval in January of 2022. Based on my professional background as a scientist and engineer with the Air Force, NOAA, and industry, who work closely with FEMA, Councilmember Cunningham requested I analyze all the elements of the applicant's initial proposal for this development. Since February 2022, I've become increasingly concerned there are unresolved hydrological and safety issues with its application, making it a bad business risk decision for the potential residents of the rental units, the surrounding BCNA homeowners, the City of Tucson, and FEMA's flood insurance program. My main concerns are fivefold. First, the proposed development lies within a special flood hazard area bounded by 2 washes and Houghton Road with no discernible all-weather access. This whole area has entirely flooded almost a dozen times since 1983. Second, development in this area was denied by Mayor and Council 4 previous times. Climatic conditions are worse since the last denial. Severe flooding has occurred in this area in 4 of the past 5 years, and NOAA is forecasting a 15 to 20% increase in future flooding. Third, in the past few months, FEMA's processes have come under heavy scrutiny due to the lessons learned from Hurricane Helene damage. First, the critics believe FEMA's flood insurance maps are based on antiquated data and obsolete models used by the City of Tucson and FEMA in assessing the flood risk here in Tucson. Second, FEMA's Senior Advisory Council is now calling for FEMA to scrap its fill and build process, the process proposed for this development. Fourth concern, the developer's application to the city and FEMA for a CLOMR was incomplete. Contrary to the city manager's statement, the third-party independent reviewer of the hydrology study was not asked to verify the report's findings prior to submission to the city and FEMA, nor did the developer resolve initial issues brought up by the independent reviewer. Fifth, the level of opposition by BCNA residents is significantly greater than expressed in the latest mayor and council communication. A BCNA-generated petition has almost 2,400 voting residents in opposition to this project. Last week, John Lockwood, the BCNA vice president and a retired process safety and risk consultant, and I met with Councilmember Cunningham, Pima County Flood Control District Director Shep, and City of Tucson Floodplain Administrator Zuniga and staff to discuss a long list of concerns. These meetings were a start in addressing the new PDP prior to a submission to the zoning examiner. We look forward to working with the city to address our concerns. Thank you very much.
Dr. Ron Sparks, and then Stoker Carlson.
Good evening, council, staff, Tim. Dr. Ron Spark, 100 Cayenne Canto. I chair the Parks and Connectivity Bond Oversight Commission, but I'm here as a private individual. I was at a dedication at the Jesse Owens Park with Paul Cunningham, and I was looking around and I was thinking, who knows who Jesse Owens Park is? Who is Jesse Owens? In fact, I'm here today to ask you to really do more than honor in name only the individuals you name assets. We're going to consider Donovan, Durbin. So we know it's very hard to actually get an asset or a park named. The individual has to be important civically or to a local contributor. Many of our parks are named for individuals, but it's hard to understand who these people are. You walk out there, there's no signage, there's no description. So we're really not celebrating these people. We're not really honoring them in the way they should be. In fact, I think it's sort of almost unethical to use their name but not really revere them and bring them to show people who use the park who this person is. So I'm asking you to remedy this. When you have a budgetary item, try to get some signage, because these people are now nearly anonymous. I go out to a number of parks for dedication, and I don't know who these individuals are, quite honestly, and I'm sure a lot of the people that enjoy the parks or rec are in the same way. So I'm asking you to create, install, and fund some kind of signage and recognition. I think these individuals who are our citizens who should have a greater honor than just using their name. I might also add that we have many pieces of public art, same problem. Who is the artist? Who is the fabricator? there's absolutely no signage on so much of it. I think we need to remedy this awful situation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have two last speakers, and they're both the union guys. The first one I can't pronounce fairly well. Stover? Stephen. Sorry, Stephen. You write like I do. And then James Gara, after you. Please.
Thank you.
The other one.
Thank you. So, my name is Stephen Garcia. I work for the City of Tucson in the Water Department. I moved to Tucson about 2.5 years ago from San Diego. I'm one of those guys. I never thought I would work for the government again. I did 4 years in the Navy and found an opportunity to work for the City of Tucson, and I love my job. I'm not particularly fond of unions in general, but unfortunately it became necessary for me to join the union because the way that my group was basically being treated and unfairly recognized in compensation and broken promises. So I felt it necessary to join the union. As I said, I'm not a fan for some very deeply personal reasons. Lately, it has come negotiations. We've been offered like a bonus, basically, of $1,000, of which we'll lose about 30 to 40% in taxes, over the 1.5% COLA, cost of living increase that we were promised. Now, you guys all got a pay raise. It came after a long period of time. City of Tucson Water Department, the one that I specifically work for, hasn't received a significant raise in quite some time, which was remedied this year. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Now, what we're asking is that you honor your commitment to give us that 1.5% cost of living increase. It's nowhere near matching what the rate of inflation is. I mean, we have people that work for City of Tucson in the Water Department that qualify for relief on their water bill because they don't make enough money. We are not extremely well compensated. And I personally am not concerned about it myself. If I have to live on this money, I wouldn't be able to, but I don't. But my coworkers do, and I care about them deeply. These are people that keep me alive when I'm doing a dangerous job. And I would just ask you to please consider that when you're looking at the fairness of the compensation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. James?
James Garcia. I'm from Tucson, Arizona. Councilmember Lee, hello, how you doing? Cunningham, City Management. Bottom line is, let's ratify the union contract for Local 905. There was an impasse. We hired a mediator. Our recommendation is follow the mediator's recommendations. On that note, in a private enterprise, when we do a contract, one of the main points of conversation is always going to be wages. So let's go ahead and put it in the wages. Let's put 1.5 since we're in ratification contract year. Let's go in, Mr. City Manager, TEMPORE. How are you doing today? Good? Don't look too serious. Smile. All right. But that being said, let's put it in a contract. 1.5, we have 600 bargain unit eligible members, and it's a legal thing. We can do that. City attorney knows we can do that just for our bargaining unit, 1.5 or 50 cents. And help us out, because when it's all said and done, we always get the crumbs. You know, look at our track record. During COVID, we showed up every day. Our volume of work was there on display, and we didn't have that benefit of working from home. You know, we get up early in the morning. We got our workers right here, get up early in the morning, fix the water pipes. Always, we like working with our hands. So let's go ahead and ratify the contract. Please help us out. Every dollar matters. Inflation during the Biden administration was really high. Hopefully things get better. But when it's all said and done, let's ratify the contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 8. That's right. Item 7.
Consent agenda items. Oh, yeah. Consent agenda items.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Item A is approval of minutes. Item B is an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, with the Arizona Board of Regents, University of Arizona for composting-related services. Item C is an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, with the Transportation Authority of Pima County, RTA, for the 22nd Street Camino Seco to Houghton Road Improvement Project. Item D is an intergovernmental agreement amendment, IGA, with the Regional Transportation Authority of Pima County, RTA, for the 22nd Street, I-10 to Tucson Boulevard Improvement Project. Item E is transportation, authority to acquire right-of-way for the Prop 407 5th Street, 6th Street pedestrian safety and walkability project. Item F, intergovernmental agreement, IGA, with Pima County Regional Flood Control District for the design, construction, and maintenance of green stormwater infrastructure, GSI, on district-owned property. Item G is an IGA amendment with the Pima County for occupancy and operation of low-barrier shelter at Nights Inn. Item H is an intergovernmental agreement, IGA amendment number 2, with the Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System, Access, to renew funding for the Arizona State Opioid Response Grant Program through September 30th, 2025. Item I is an IGA, Intergovernmental Agreement, Amendment Number 3 with the Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System, Access, to renew funding for the Arizona State Opioid Response Grant Program through September 30th, 2025. Sounds like a... Item J is a Tucson Police Acceptance of Award Funding from Department of Justice for FY24 Comprehensive Opioid Stimulant and Substance Abuse Site-Based Program Grant Award. Item K is a final plat, replat for S18-077, Bellevue Common Lots 1 through 4. Item L is final plat for S21-090, Oasis Subdivision, Lots 1 through 23, and common areas.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
I'll second adoption of the consent agenda.
Roll call.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Ms. Ulick?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye. The motion passes. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 6-0. Item 8.
Public hearing, Tucson Code Amendment, Chapter 27, relating to a rate change for the commercial industrial potable water VOLUMETRIC rate schedule and adjustment of water supply fee.
City Manager's Communication Number 357 dated December 10th is received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for public hearing to take formal action regarding proposed rate changes to commercial and industrial potable volumetric water rate schedules and the water supply fee based on Tucson Water's updated fiscal year 2025-29 financial plan. Will the staff be making a presentation? No? This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. Please state your name, whether you live in the city, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. We have 2 speakers, Zach Yenser, then Colette Altaffer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Zach Yenser. I'm the Vice President of Business Advocacy for the Tucson Metro Chamber of Commerce. I'm paid by the Chamber to represent our members' interests, so that's why I'm here tonight. Wanted to just enter into the record in this format a few of the remarks that we shared in a joint letter with our partners at the Metropolitan Pima Alliance after, as mentioned in the city manager's memo, a really great conversation with Tucson Water. The Tucson Metro Chamber got to be, I think, one of the major stakeholder sessions, and we had, I think, a large number of people for a water-related conversation. So it was good to have interest and have multiple business organizations in the room. The really, I think, fun reason to be here is to also celebrate and appreciate Director John Kamik and his team. for their long-standing partnership with the Tucson Metro Chamber and the business community. Always are keeping us in the loop of what's coming up, always really willing to have conversation. And what I certainly appreciate is a partnership that allows us to sit in a room in good faith and have really hard conversation, hard dialogue about a really difficult topic. So really wanted to have this kind of public forum to publicly appreciate Director Kamik and his work, his outreach engagement, willingness to address the questions is really exemplary, and we really appreciate our partnership. I wanted to also share that our business memberships came out of that stakeholder session with Tucson Water, understanding that the rate changes being proposed have been in place for FY24 and are being continued as hoped for through FY27. So we understand that for all intents and purposes, we're living within that paradigm, and that those will be continued. As for the adjustment of the water supply fee, our members also came away understanding that we're really going up to the baseline of what is required to purchase CAP and other water supply needed ahead of Colorado River consultation, and that now is the time to make those purchases ahead of moments where we may not have as much access. And so we understand those changes. I also wanted to share somewhat in closing that we were pretty open with Director Kamik and his staff, that we do understand that potentially heading towards FY28, there is the possibility of increasing that $1.25 per CCF to $1.50. So now would be the 1 to the 125, and then in FY28, the 125 to the 150. I think our members were pretty open with Director Kamik that we would, I think, engage that conversation more critically, and I'll share why in a moment, but wanted to just kind of begin to have those conversations, and we have those conversations regularly with Director Kamik. For us, water costs are an important element of economic competitiveness, and constant increases to water costs, as necessary as they may feel to be, can negatively impact our region's economic competitiveness. So we're always looking at that lens, not just business unit to business unit, but how are we measuring up against how other water systems are doing it, and are we not just comparable, but are we competitive? And so we hope that work and collaborative analysis on both rates and fees ongoing includes the following, among other things. In light of the compensation for unused CAP allocations in recent years, we want to ensure going forward that the amounts of future allocations are calibrated to need. We understand that other water systems operate in different styles that can at least temporarily reduce costs, and so are our competitive advantages remaining competitive. And we also join the City of Tucson in its urgency to flatten the debt service curve as much and as quickly as possible to reduce pressure on future rate increases. So it's with that gratitude and a few notes that I kind of wanted to enter this into the public record. And from an economic competitiveness standpoint, I thought while I was here, I'd also share a quick note. As of an hour or two ago, the Tucson Metro Chamber Board and Sun Corridor Boards both agreed to merge into and solidify Tucson and Southern Arizona as a region, exploring new ways of leading and bringing businesses of all sizes and through a unified business voice with strategy and resources to address some of our biggest economic development challenges. So big news as of 2 hours ago. We remain steadfast partners in that mission. And again, one more time, thank you, Director Kamik. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Colette Althofer.
Good evening. I'm Colette Althofer. I am a resident of the City of Tucson. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Board of Strauss Manor, and I'm not a paid speaker. Strauss Manor is a HUD 202 apartment. We provide housing for 80 extremely low-income seniors. The average age of our residents is 79, and the average income is around $22,000 a year. According to a Housing and Urban Development website, Tucson has 15 HUD 202 buildings with a total of just 951 apartments between them. There's been a lot of talk about affordable housing, which is good, but just to be clear, this is not a LIHTC building. In fact, most of our residents probably could not afford to rent a light-tech apartment. I'm here to give you some idea of what buildings such as ours face and why something as simple as a water rate increase gets our attention. HUD sets the rents on 202 buildings, which naturally is low. Out of those rents, we must hire a management company proficient in HUD regulations to oversee day-to-day operations, pay employee salaries, and cover all building expenses, including insurance and maintenance. We must also pay all utilities, including those used by the residents, as this is part of what helps to keep these apartments affordable. HUD also requires us to set aside money each year in preparation for infrastructure replacement. And here is where the fun starts. Around years 12 through 16, many of these buildings' systems begin to age out. Do you need to replace the carpet in the building? That can cost over $100,000. New roofs, $240,000. New air conditioning units, if you want to keep the building habitable, that can set you back at least $500,000. And with new EPA regulations coming online next year, that cost is projected to increase by at least 20%. Remember that money that HUD requires us to set aside each year for infrastructure replacement? That amount is limited to just $22,300 per year. We are not allowed to contribute 1 penny more. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that a vast gulf exists between the money we are allowed to set aside and the replacement costs for all this infrastructure. To care for our most vulnerable residents, it takes a village. We rely heavily on the generosity of our donors within the city to try and close this funding gap, but we also must make every effort to keep our costs down. You are part of that village. That is why I am here today to ask you to carve out an exemption to the tier rates for buildings such as ours. Given what you just heard, that may strike you as something that has little impact, but for those of us who are trying to keep hundreds of vulnerable adults safely housed, every penny counts. Tucson has very few buildings that actually address the housing needs of this vulnerable segment of our population. Those of us who oversee these buildings are working hard to preserve them so that Tucson won't fall further behind in meeting this growing need. We ask you to be a part of that effort. Consider the impact you have on buildings such as ours when you plan for utility rate increases, and find a way to create exemptions that will allow us to have a little extra money to preserve those buildings as safe and affordable housing for some of Tucson's most vulnerable citizens. Thank you.
Colette, really quick, I'm allowed to respond, so I'm going to, especially because I know your facility's in my ward. We're hosting a thing exactly about what you're talking about tomorrow at my office at 3:30.
What time?
3:30.
3?
Yep, 3:30 tomorrow. In fact, Mr. Yancey's going to be there to help. 100%. We're literally working on that right now. So.
Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to be heard on this item? If not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
This public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12137 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12137 relating to water, amending certain portions of the Tucson Code, Chapter 27, Water, Article 2, Rates and Charges, Section 27-32, Charges for Water Service, and Section 27-33, Monthly Potable Water Service to adjust the water supply fee in commercial and industrial water volumetric rates for fiscal years FY 2025 through FY 2027, based on Tucson's water's updated FY 2025 to 29 financial plan and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Vice Mayor, I move to pass and adopt ordinance 12137.
Second.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Mrs. Lee,
Sorry, aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Ms. Ulick,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl.
Aye. Ordinance 12137 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 9.
Public hearing, Unified Development Code, UDC, C8-24-02, multifamily residential development and adaptive reuse of qualified obsolete commercial buildings, Unified Development Code Amendment, Ordinance 12139.
City Manager's Communication Number 362, dated December 10th, is received into and made part of this record. This is a public hearing on a proposed code amendment to current regulations for adaptive reuse of existing structures in multifamily development in the Unified Development Code. This amendment will bring Tucson zoning code into compliance with House Bill 2297, passed by the Arizona State Legislature. I believe staff will make a brief presentation. Is that right? No? Okay, this public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this matter? If not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
This public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12139 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12139 relating to planning and zoning, amending the Tucson Code, Chapter 23B, Unified Development Code, Section 3.12.3, and setting an effective date.
What's the council's pleasure?
Vice Mayor, I move that we pass and adopt ordinance 12139.
Second.
Any discussion?
I just want to applaud the staff at PDSD for shepherding this through on time and really great work.
Here, here. Roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Ms. Ulick,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl.
Aye. Ordinance 12139 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 10.
Zoning, C921-20, Casita Village at La Mariposa, Houghton Road, SR to R2, City Manager's Report.
City Manager's Communication Number 353 dated December 10th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 19.79 acres from SR to R2 zoning, and is part of a larger multifamily development located northeast of La Mariposa Resort. The proposed project is to develop almost 36 acres of vacant property into a community consisting of 162 one-story luxury casita units. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of zoning subject to certain conditions. Is the applicant or representative present? Or are we doing something different?
I think your script is up, but that's
My script's
okay.
up.
Can I
I'll
take
defer to you.
this?
Please.
Thanks. First of all, if you guys have read your materials, you'll see that the city attorney has made a recommendation here. I'm going to start there and have the city attorney explain the recommendation real quick.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council, Councilmember Cunningham. What's unusual about this item is that the zoning examiner's recommendation in connection with this request for the authorization of the rezoning was almost 3 years ago. And as the materials explain, that's because one of the conditions that was recommended by the zoning examiner included the securing of the conditional letter of map revision through FEMA. That process takes a long time and a lot of study and investment and, quite frankly, cost. And the applicant's gone through that process, which in turn has informed additional conditions that would be recommended both by Planning and Development Services staff as well as the Pima County Flood Control District based on what that CLOMER and the process associated with it has revealed about the flood conditions. And as a result, the applicants also revised in some substantial ways the preliminary development plan. So those things have all happened subsequent to the zoning examiner's prior recommendation. And so I'm recommending that you remand the matter back to the zoning examiner for a new public hearing so it can be reviewed in light of all those new developments, and that the recommendation can then come forward to you, having been informed by all this new information.
And that brings me to the second part of what I'm going to say, which has been the original recommendation from the zoning examiner was to proceed with the zoning revision as long as the conditions of a CLOMAR were met. In the meantime, the zoning examiner who made that recommendation is no longer available. So I am not allowed by law to have a meeting with the new zoning examiner about this discussion. As I told my neighbors and the developer, I probably would, just to bring them up to speed to all the history here. So instead, I'm going to make these comments public, just so everybody knows we're on the same page. So this goes back. This goes back where we actually decided to have the neighbors and the developer meet before the process even started. And one of the biggest pieces was the CLOMAR had to be done. As the process evolved, this specific development is under two parcels. There is a north parcel and a south parcel. The south parcel is hard zoned as 03. It has a 35-foot height limit. It could be potentially between 50 and 100 units of 3-story apartments. The north parcel is a very large unit. It is zoned as SR. It's been attempted to be rezoned multiple times over the years. The north parcel, as gone, you really couldn't realistically get 9 ranchitas on there, but you could probably get 7 or 8. They'd have to be at least 3.3 acres. Each of those would have up to 3 to 4 structures, sometimes 5, depending if you're counting a barn and a shed. And they'd be at, those ranchitas would be high risk for flooding, and there'd be no governance on how to move dirt. All that being said, the developer originally submitted 45 casitas on the south parcel and 140-something casitas on the north parcel. You know, back and forth, dwindled down, concerns about flooding have changed it. Now this latest version has a lowered number on the south parcel, but they've been challenged, and none of those parcels are in the current Pima floodplain. They're still in the special flood zone for Pima County, but they're not in the 100-year floodplain, and very few are even sticking into the 500-year floodplain, if any. I don't know the total details, but they've revised it that way. So there are some other pieces to what their drainage changes have been made, but that's for the new zoning examiner to decide. But I wanted to give everybody kind of the history on how all that worked and all the discussions that went through. We really tried to monitor this process and tried to come up with a scenario that would be balanced for the good of the community and the neighborhoods, as well as whether or not something could work there. We're going to continue that journey, and I think this is a very prudent step to do it. So I move that we follow the city attorney's recommendation and remand this matter back to the zoning examiner.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries. Item 11.
Mayor and council selection of vice mayor.
City Manager's Communication Number 358 dated December 10th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23863 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23863 relating to the vice mayor of the mayor and council selecting a vice mayor.
358 dated December 10th is received into. Ghost Kevin. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. This is the time where we select next year's vice mayor. Normally, the existing vice mayor, me, would be making a motion, but I'm up here, and so I can't move for my colleague, Councilwoman Nikki Lee, and you should know that Council Member Lane Santa Cruz is also running. Because the mayor's not here, I've asked the city attorney what the options might be.
Sure, thank you. Vice Mayor, members of the council. The appointment of a vice mayor, selection of a vice mayor by the mayor and council is governed by both the charter and a code provision that the mayor and council approved in 2023. And essentially, the charter provides that the term of the vice mayor is 1 year. The vice mayor is, the mayor and council meet in December to select the vice mayor for the following year. And similar under the code provision that was adopted in November of 2023. As part of that ordinance, the role of the vice mayor was fleshed out and the process was fleshed out, and providing for the interested council members to submit a letter of interest to the city clerk not later than a certain date, November, in this instance, November 18th. And then the mayor and council, again, meets in December to decide who is appointed as a vice mayor for the next year. So that's why it's on tonight's agenda, because both the charter and the code reference that December timeframe. If the mayor and council are prepared to move forward tonight, you can do that. The agenda item allows you to do that. But if the desire is to move it to a meeting in January where you would have the full mayor and council, which I've been around long enough to have heard various conversations about this item. And since the vice mayor works closely with the mayor, typically, you wait, and if the mayor is not available, you make the selection when the mayor is here. You're able to do that. That would not violate the charter. That would not violate the code. If you do extend the decision on this item to the next meeting, though, I would ask that you specifically include in the motion that the term of the existing vice mayor is extended to and through that meeting, so that there's no question of a gap in the expiration of the term of the existing vice mayor.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I move that we extend your term as vice mayor until the next council meeting and vote on the election of the new vice mayor at the next council meeting.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Karen?
Yeah, I wanted to appreciate the fact that the council has worked over the last few years to evolve our process around vice mayor. And I also want to appreciate both council members, Lee and Santa Cruz, because I think the intent of the new process is to really outline the kinds of leadership responsibilities that the vice mayor would fulfill, and to take on extra work. And so the fact that we have two members willing to do that is, I think, important. And I think it's important for the community to know that we recognize the complexity of leading our city, and that there are so many priorities that the vice mayor can and ought to play a really integral role. So it used to be we just rotated it every 8 months, and just like clockwork, next person was up and we got to say, I am vice mayor, and it was really kind of cool and it felt really good, and we didn't do anything other than, you're doing a great job chairing this meeting. But there really were not delineated additional expectations. And so I think that that signals just a maturing of our city and this mayor and council. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you both.
Thank you. It occurs to me that my first elective office was in student government, hold your applause, at Arizona State University. And we didn't have one vice president, we didn't have two. There were 4 elected vice presidents, and all the student government stuff was divided between those 4. So maybe we should explore, let's see, having 6 vice presidents? Any other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Lee?
I will just add, I really appreciate the opportunity to continue this conversation, because this role will work so closely with the mayor. I think it's important that we wait till she gets here, and her voice is a very important part of this conversation. So I'm definitely happy that we're going to delay.
Any other discussion?
Over question.
Thank you. Do we have to do roll call on this? We did on the other resolution. No? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 12.
City Court Magistrate, appointment of a full full-time pro tempore magistrate, ordinance 12140.
City Manager's Communication Number 364 dated December 10th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12140 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12140 relating to city magistrates appointing Murdoch Holloway as full-time magistrate pro tempore to serve upon call by the presiding magistrate of the city court, fixing compensation, setting retroactive effective date, and declaring an emergency.
What's the council's pleasure?
Yes, Your Honor. First of all, it's great to have someone who resides. I've always had a soft spot for Coolidge, and it's good to have an attorney with that kind of experience. The other thing is that Murdoch brings a lot to our city, and it's a great appointment and good find for the city. So congratulations to Judge Holloway. I'm honored to make the motion for your appointment.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mixulic?
Aye.
Mix Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye. Ordinance 12140 passes by a vote of 6-0. Congratulations. Item 13.
Resolution supporting the commemorative naming of the 6th Avenue underpass downtown for the late Park Tucson Administrator Donovan Durbin, Resolution 23860.
City Manager's Communication Number 354 dated December 10th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23860 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23860 relating to transportation and mobility, commemorative naming of the 6th Avenue underpass downtown for the late Park Tucson Administrator Donovan Durbin and declaring an emergency.
Is Mrs. Durbin with us? Would you like to say a few words? Anybody who wants to say words, we'll get to you, but thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council, I am Erin Durband, Donovan Durbin's wife. Over a year ago, when a group of us were putting our heads together to come up with a way to honor Donovan, the 6th Avenue underpass was brought up as a possibility. I instantly knew that that was the perfect answer. You see, it would have been too easy to stick his name up on a city garage and call it good. But Donovan was much bigger than his position at Park Tucson. He was all about connections, and the 6th Avenue underpass is an important connection point between his beloved downtown and the 6th Avenue and 4th Avenue districts, which he was so interested in seeing grow and develop. Donovan was also very interested in revitalization, and so being able to bring various city and private groups together, along with our foundation, to fix and clean up the historic 6th Avenue underpass, as well as add a fun and historic public art component, just strengthens my belief that if he were here today, he would approve wholeheartedly of this project. I would like to thank the City Transportation Department, as well as each of you, for getting the word out about the renaming of this historic city asset, as well as collecting the feedback needed to make your decision tonight. On behalf of myself and Donovan's family, we look forward to your affirmative vote to rename the 6th Avenue underpass after Donovan, and to continuing to work with the various groups committed to completing this important historic project. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Credio or anyone else want to speak?
Thank you, Vice Mayor, members of the council. I don't really have much words to add to Ms. Durbin's comments, other than thank you so much for your support. I miss seeing Donovan drive through this underpass every day like I used to see him, and I can think of no better way to honor Donovan's legacy than naming the 6th Avenue underpass after him. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. Anyone else? No?
I'm going to move it.
Council's pleasure.
Thank you. Erin, it's good to see you. I reached out to Steve Kozaczek, and I know you're sitting with Diana in Ward 6, but I know Steve worked with you and really had a deep, heartfelt desire to see this through. So I reached out to him and just want you to know that he's thinking of you and your family and Donovan today. And he just wanted to note that, you know, we all knew of Donovan's work, and Steve's words were just that his passion for our local businesses in the downtown core was simply unmatched. And it's clearly well-deserved recognition. I have to say, I wasn't always representing Ward 6, so there are times when I worked with Donovan, I thought it's advocacy that is kind of stumping on my priorities, Donovan. He was so effective in advocating and helping all of us to understand that the downtown is the heart of not only Tucson, but our entire region. And he did a whole lot to bring us as far along as we've come. So it'll be a pleasure and a real honor to see this through and to have the underpass named for your husband. And with that, I move the resolution.
Second.
Any other further discussion?
Donovan's a good man.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Roll call?
Mixulic?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye. Resolution 23860 passes by a unanimous vote of 6-0. Thank you. Item 14.
City Administration approving the appointment of TERI Train as a Human Resources Department Director, Ordinance 12138.
City Manager's Communication Number 359 dated December 10th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12138 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12138 relating to Human Resources Department, approving the appointment of TERI Train as the Director of the City of Tucson Human Resources Department, fixing compensation and declaring an emergency.
What's the council's pleasure?
Vice Mayor, I move to pass and adopt ordinance 12138.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call. Oh, discussion?
We got a lot of work to do, Terry, so let's do it together.
I'll second that.
We welcome anybody willing to take on the monumental task that you face and that you've already done in an interim position to help us out. Any other discussion? Roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mixulic?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye. Ordinance 12138 passes by a vote of 6-0. Congratulations, perhaps condolences to TERI Train. Item 15.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, January 7th, 2025, at or after 5:30 p.m.